rise for the pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All meetings in order. We need a motion to adopt the agenda, please.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? First action item, need to approve the minutes from the February 13th regular meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the February 13th regular meeting.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So at this time, go ahead.
So we're going to ask the board for an additional action item for a student reinstatement hearing. We have a student that is petitioned to return to Onekama, and part of that process is we have to appoint a committee. And so I have a list of committee members there. We'll be asking the board to approve that process, that we can establish a committee for the purpose of looking at the information and for a recommendation to the board for reinstatement.
The information on the last page of the packet. Are there any questions?
We'd like a motion to approve in a second, and then we can have discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting as presented.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, at this time, I need to have a motion to approve Casey Captain as our hearing officer for this evening.
I move that the Board of Education appoint Attorney Casey Kefkin to serve as the board's hearing officer for the disciplinary hearing conducted this evening for probationary teacher Mrs. Kelly.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Thank you. As you have had the opportunity to introduce myself to each of you, my name is Casey Ketchum. I'm an attorney at my own law firm, Ketchum Consulting, LLC, based out of Wisconsin, Michigan. Pertains for the purpose of this hearing. That's the scope of what I'm doing for Onekama tonight, and we'll guide you through the process of this disciplinary hearing. Yeah, how's everybody's, do we need to use a mic?
Yes.
Okay. How's that? Okay, somebody with more AV knowledge, what are we doing about that?
It's still good.
Okay,
I can hear you. I think the parties can hear you, so we're fine.
okay. All right. Okay, so, can we turn it down?
Right behind you, I believe.
How's it going to go?
Testing, 1, 2, 3. all in the back hear me if I'm at this level? Okay, then I think we're good.
Turn it forward, sure.
Okay, testing, testing, testing.
Turn the mic towards you.
What's that?
Turn the mic towards you.
It's probably too much. What do you think? No, is that okay? Testing, testing?
Yep.
Okay, and so far, testing, 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 that's not getting feedback. Okay, great. Thank you all for your patience as we worked through that AV problem. Hopefully, I won't have to speak too much and we can get through this without losing our hearing. So I wanted to give an opportunity, Mr. Washington. You know, oftentimes we have a request for closed session at this point in a hearing. Will that be made at this point?
We submitted in writing that the meeting will be open.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Washington, on February 9th, Superintendent Blazak asked for identification of witnesses. Have you given us a list of witnesses?
We did not. We have no witnesses. We have a presentation.
No witnesses.
No witnesses.
Okay, thank you. It would be great then, could we have introductions of Ms. Kelly Kelly as well as you, Mr. Washington?
Yeah, hi, I'm Mrs. Kelly Kelly.
My name is Joe Washington. I work for the Michigan Education Association as a MBA UNICEF director. I've been in this position for approximately 15 years. Prior to that, I was a secondary social studies teacher.
Okay, thank you. And the administration side, introductions?
Yeah, my name's Ray Davis. I'm with the Troon Law Firm in East Lansing, Michigan. I've worked with Troon since 1999.
Kim Blazak, I'm the interim superintendent here at Onekama Consolidated Schools. Currently also the assistant superintendent of the intermediate school district in Manistee, Western Wisconsin.
My name is Mary Jo Vanasek. I'm an attorney at Troon Law Firm. I've been there since May of 2022.
Okay, thank you. And administration side, do you have witnesses that you want to identify?
We're just going to have Dr. Vanasek explain her report after Superintendent Hagan and interim superintendent, our interim superintendent explain sort of the basis for the recommendation. So interim superintendent Blazak, maybe start with former Superintendent Hagan.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go through a bit of what has procedurally gotten us to this point, as well as some of the highlights about what we'll do tonight. By prior correspondence dated January 9th, 2023, Superintendent Gina Hagan informed the employee of the charges against her regarding violations of appropriate norms of behavior, including but not limited to dishonesty and other acts of unprofessional conduct. She also included a copy of Dr. Vanasek's report dated December 28, 2022. The employee was informed of the date, time, and place of this disciplinary hearing to be conducted by the Board of Education by Interim Superintendent Kim Blazak in a letter dated on February 9, 2023. As we talked about, Superintendent Blazak asked for a list of witnesses, and as I'm understanding, there was no list provided to the administration. Is that correct?
That is correct. We acknowledged and put forth there's no legal basis requiring the union or Mrs. Kelly to provide any documentation. In fact, the letter that was submitted to Mrs. Kelly, as well as myself, indicated that we may, at this hearing, present documentation and any witnesses. We chose to do that.
Thank you. The administration alleges that the factual conclusions in Dr. Banasic's report show that Ms. Kelly committed multiple acts of unprofessional conduct this school year. Ms. Blazak also asserts that the appropriate disciplinary consequence is employment termination. As you know, members of the school board, I think you've had a chance to read that report. Each side will have a chance to talk more about that report and have a chance to hear from witnesses. The administration, it's their job to show that the charges, the allegations, are supported by a preponderance of the evidence presented to you at this hearing. So that means that there's more evidence than not that we have facts we can rely on that support those allegations. For some folks, they consider that a burden of proof of 51%. It's a way of thinking about it, right? All things being equal, but there's just a little more weight on the one side that the administration has to demonstrate in order to find that those allegations are supported. Both the administration and employee will have an opportunity to present testimony and documentation regarding the alleged incidents and any decision that might be rendered by you if it is determined that the employee committed the acts charged. So that you have two jobs tonight, right? We're going to work together to figure out, based on the evidence that you all have, are the allegations supported by that evidence, by a preponderance of evidence? That's job one. And if they are, then what will be the next step? No discipline. If there's discipline, what discipline will that be? Okay. There are no strict rules of evidence that apply here. But all the testimony and information presented to you needs to be relevant, okay? So needs to shed light on whether the allegations made are true or not. Okay, there may be, it's possible that other items might be brought up, but I will do my best to make sure that whatever's presented to you tonight speaks and helps you make a decision about those allegations that have been raised, and potentially what discipline or not, no discipline, what's appropriate. The board may admit and give probative effect to evidence commonly relied upon by reasonably prudent people in the conduct of their affairs. So that's how we judge or try to judge whether something is relevant or not. The representatives of the parties may take such objections to testimony or documentation as they see fit, so we might hear objections from either side. And as the board's hearing officer, I will make the appropriate rulings on those objections. For the record, I am unaffiliated with either the MEA or the district legal counsel, true law firm. I've got my own firm. And I've never worked for Onekama before, so I'm a neutral party. Members of the Board of Education may ask questions of the witnesses, but no questions may be asked of the board members. I ask that if you do have questions that you'd like to be directed to the witnesses, the best way to do that would be to put it on a sticky and hand it to me, and I can address that question to the witness. Okay, so you all have stickies. A written disposition of the Board of Education's determination will be provided within 3 days of the hearing. Are there any questions about the procedures regarding the time, place, or procedures that we'll have tonight?
I do have a question about your previous statement. So am I understanding correct? There's no decision going to be rendered here tonight?
So there will be a written description of the decision
I understand.
within 3 days. That's, yeah.
So the answer is no.
I'm sorry, say that
So
again?
the answer is no to my question.
Whether there'll be a decision tonight?
Yes.
That'll be up to the Board of Education. I expect that there will be, but democracy. Any other questions?
No.
So I will now take a poll of the Board of Education to determine whether each member can make a fair and impartial decision based only, again, on the evidence heard tonight at this hearing. So I'll go through each of your names. If you tell me affirmatively, yes, I can use fair and impartial decision making. Okay. So I'll start with Lori Gildersleeve. Shel Hechanova. I'm sorry, I'm sure I butchered that.
Yes.
I should have practiced. Margaret Punchess.
Yes.
Gary Madden.
Yes.
Tom Berard.
Yes.
And Meredith McNabb.
Yes.
Great. All right. All right. So I'll just go through our hearing order. We'll have 3 main points to do. In our order of business, we'll have the administration present their allegations and the support for those, along with any witnesses. Then the employee side will have an opportunity to give their presentation as well. And then finally, the administration side will have a rebuttal opportunity in case there are any items that were brought up by the employee side that they'd like to speak to. And then we'll close with closing statements. And that will finish out the hearing portion of tonight's meeting. Any questions before we turn it over to the administration?
No. Oh, I did. How do you spell your last name?
K-E-F as in Frank, G-E-N as in Nancy. And Casey is K-A-C-I-E.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're here tonight really as the result of an investigation that was initiated by the board pursuant to some complaints that we received by parents and students. Because the matter concerned allegations of potential civil rights, First Amendment retaliation claim, and other concerns regarding treatment of students. We had a third-party investigator, Mary Jo Vanasek, come in and look at the allegations. The allegations were raised by multiple parents, students, and staff about the alleged targeting of the students on November 11, 2022, because they participated in a Snapchat message that was critical of Ms. Kelly's teaching practices. The students have a First Amendment right to engage in that discussion off campus, and the allegation with some of the complaints was that Ms. Kelly retaliated against those individuals. There were also additional allegations that were raised in the complaints, allegations that students were allowed to leave class and leave campus and return without appropriate permission, allegations that Ms. Kelly was dishonest with her certification group, Teachers of Tomorrow, and that she hadn't actually forwarded her application process. She does not have a teaching certificate. She's alternatively certified through the Teachers of Tomorrow. She hadn't made adequate progress, was an allegation. There were also allegations raised about her classroom management, and there was allegations about the non-use of district curriculum and plan book for daily lessons, and finally allegations about her failure to comply with administrators' directions concerning student discipline and student practices, including, for example, the placement of backpacks or allowing backpacks to come in to the classroom area post-Oxford. So
Can we fix this?
we had, I'm just gonna go without it. Mary Jo Banasic was retained by the board to research those allegations. She, I think by board action on November 28th, she initiated her investigation. During the investigation process, directive was issued by district officials for Ms. Kelly to answer all questions in the fact-finding investigation honestly and forthrightly and without evasion. So she needed to be honest in her answers, she needed to be forthright in her answers, and she was not to evade in the questions that were asked of her. Dr. Banasic issued a report on December 28th. The report highlighted numerous instances in which Kelly was not honest and was not forthright. That her answers, Dr. Banasic concluded, were factually wrong, but they were all factually wrong to her benefit. That she didn't accept any responsibility for any of the mistakes or any of the concerns that were raised, and deflected responsibility and deflected that she had done anything wrong. Dr. Banasic issued that report on December 28th, and it's that report, her dishonesty and her failure to accept responsibility, that is the basis of this recommendation from the administration to terminate her employment as a probationary employee. We've got here tonight former Superintendent Gina Hagan, who initially made the recommendation. I'm going to have her explain the basis for her recommendation of employment termination. We've got Tim Blazak, who's the current interim superintendent, who will explain her review of the report and the basis and her conclusions in supporting Ms. Hagan's recommendation. And I've got Dr. Banasic here tonight to explain to you the findings of her report. We'll start with Ms. Hagan. Right? So, Ms. Hagan, are you currently employed by the district?
No, I'm not.
All right. When were you employed by the district?
I was employed until January 20th. That's my last day.
How long have you worked for the district?
23 years.
What position did you resign from?
Superintendent.
What were your duties as a superintendent?
Finance, personnel,
All hands on deck.
all hands on.
Everything. All right. All right. Did you make a recommendation that Ms. Kelly's employment be terminated?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was the basis for that recommendation?
After the investigation and reading Dr. Banasic's report, it was my recommendation to terminate Ms. Kelly based on the findings in the report that she was not forthright, she was dishonest, and deceptive. Those are not qualities that should be following.
All right. That's all I have for Superintendent Hagan.
Are there any questions you want to pose? Do you have any questions for Superintendent?
No.
All right, I'll call Superintendent Blazak. Could you identify yourself to the board? As if you need to.
Okay. Kim Blazak, your interim superintendent. My position is also currently assistant superintendent at Wexford Misaki and Manistee ISD General Education.
And tell me what you did when you arrived at the district concerning this circumstance.
So my job was to meet with to help manage the board as far as board meetings, etc., to provide all legal support required of a superintendent. And so part of that then was to review documentation of forthcoming meetings that was provided to me from Troon and Dr. Banasek.
Okay. Did you review the recommendation concerning the employment status of Ms. Kelly?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you conclude?
I concurred with Superintendent Hagan on the findings from Dr. Banasek.
Did you concur with the recommendation for employment termination?
Yes, I did.
Why?
There are I would say, looking at, in my experience, looking at overall forthright, moral the term moral turpitude, honesty is a requirement of staff ethics. That is part of what we expect for our teachers.
Okay. Did you look into Ms. Kelly's technical skills?
I did.
What did you conclude?
I will tell you that reading through the documentation, as that is what I used, I did never officially observe her.
Objection. She has no knowledge of Mrs. Kelly's teaching ability. She's reading a report, and for her to come here and testify to that, that's not right. She's not qualified to do that. She read a report, like everyone else had read a report. If it was Mrs. Hagan saying that, yes. Or Mr. Pratt, yes. Not Mrs. Blazak.
As I understand it, the question is about whether, what was the question? Whether there's qualification issues here?
That's right. So whether or not there's competency issues, and then if you allow me to finish without interruption, I think that Superintendent Blazak can distinguish between her recommendation and the competency issues she found.
So I'm going to allow it because I think competency and qualifications are perfectly within the scope of supervisors' purview.
I understand that, but Mrs. Blazak has not evaluated Mrs. Kelly. Mrs. Kelly was on administrative leave, so how can you evaluate someone whom you have not even seen work?
This isn't about evaluation. It's about, sir, it's about qualifications, and this is their supervisor. I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
Okay, from what I have reviewed in the documentation, I had concerns in how the math curriculum was being taught. I was concerned about the lack of tying with the standards that I saw in the documentation, and also just structure consistency throughout what was being established in the classroom.
Any of those issues form a basis for your recommendation to the board here tonight?
From the document, yes,
Okay, explain.
because I did not actually observe her. I'm going strictly off the documentation.
Right. What's the basis for your recommendation of employment termination here tonight?
So my recommendation is on the role model aspect. I do not feel that Ms. Kelly fits the definition of a role model for a teacher, that we were not honest and forthright in the description of what I've read from Dr. Banasek.
That's all I have.
Board members, do you have any questions for Superintendent Blazak? Mr. Washington, questions for Superintendent Blazak?
Yes, Mrs. Blazak, what are your qualifications?
I have, my qualifications are, I'm a graduate of Calvin College, teaching certificate, continuing certification, K-8. I have a K-12 master's in education from Grand Valley State University, and I have a superintendent endorsement from the state of Michigan. I've been in education for 39 years. I was superintendent at Lake City Schools for 11 years, just prior to taking this position. I've taught K-8 in probably 5 different districts, served as principal, so quite a bit of background in different educational districts.
All right, thank you. Have you taught math?
Yes, I have.
Where did you teach math, and what level did you teach?
I taught 7th and 8th grade math and 9th grade algebra.
And you indicated in your testimony that you reviewed some documents. What documents did you review?
So I looked at the information with Eureka Math. My biggest concern was
I
the...
didn't ask you what your concern was. I
Yes,
asked you
sir.
what document.
I gave you that, Canvas, the learning platform. That houses a curriculum.
Any other documents did you review?
Lesson plans.
Did you ever talk to Mrs. Kelly?
I did not.
Have you ever evaluated Mrs. Kelly's job performance? No further questions. Thank you.
All right, finally, I'd like to present Dr. Mary Jo Banasek. We'll get it worked out. All right, why don't you describe for everyone who you are and what your background is.
Okay, my name is Mary Jo Banasek. I'm an attorney. I've been an attorney for 25 years. I have 27 years of experience in the higher education sector. I have a doctorate in higher education administration from Michigan State University. I came to the Troon Law Firm from the University of Michigan, where I was director of the Faculty Senate Office. That experience brought me to Troon Law Firm in May of 2022, where I practiced labor and employment law.
Prior to the board retaining you to do a third-party investigation regarding the allegations and circumstances concerning Ms. Kelly, did you have any other experience with Onekama?
I did not.
Do you have any relatives in Onekama?
I did not.
Do you know any board members?
I do not.
Do you know Mrs. Kelly or any of Mrs. Kelly's family?
I do not.
Why don't you explain the fact-finding investigation, the process that you went through regarding the fact-finding?
Okay, so I received a directive from the board to initiate a fact-finding investigation. I received on November 28th letters from parents and emails to administrators. I read all of that documentation. Within that documentation, I identified 3 teachers. I identified 4 students and 3 administrators as well, depending who those are. In any event, of the 4 students, 1 student's father wouldn't allow the student to participate in the interviewing process, so that left me with 3 other students to interview. 2 students were students who alleged targeting by Mrs. Kelly.
The third student was one who allegedly was close with Mrs. Kelly. I chose to interview her as well because I wanted to hear from both sides. I wanted to have perspectives from both students that might be alleging targeting and then other students who had a close relationship. So that was how I identified the students that I would interview, was based on the letters and the emails that I received. As far as the teachers go, there were 3 teachers who had written communications. One teacher had witnessed the alleged targeting incident, but was not willing to reveal their name. They did not want to be interviewed. Therefore, I redacted their name and included the information in the report from that individual. I interviewed 2 other teachers who had written complaints so that I could get more information from them. Then I interviewed Ms. Hagan, and I interviewed Mr. Pratt, and then I interviewed Mrs. Kelly.
When you interviewed Mrs. Kelly, was she placed under a directive?
She was.
Okay, by whom?
By Ms. Gildersleeve.
So she attended the interview too for purposes of issuing the directive?
She did.
Okay. Why don't you explain to me the allegations in your investigation?
Okay, the allegations that the board directed me to investigate included students being allowed to leave class and leave campus, returning without appropriate permission, teachers of tomorrow compliance, classroom management, non-use of district curriculum and plan book for daily lessons, failure to comply with administration's direction to refer or discipline students. And the board also, in their request, said including and not limited to these bulleted items. So an add-on to the bulleted items was to investigate the allegations of targeting of students by Mrs. Kelly. So that was actually included in the investigation. I did limit the investigation to the 2022-23 school year. So no evidence was used from the last school year in my report.
All right. Let's go through your report here. And it's looks like a 21-page report. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. So let's look at the first allegation: students leaving class and leaving campus. When you interviewed Ms. Kelly, did you conclude that she was honest, forthright, and non-evasive with you during the interview or during the investigation or the interview regarding questions related to that issue?
I did not, and the reason for that was Mrs. Kelly was adamant during the interview that she had only let one student leave her class that day. I actually received a disciplinary log from Bridget Ware that indicated that multiple students had left class and left campus to purchase food at the Easy Mart and that they had returned to class. Because the disciplinary log indicated that multiple students left class and that they were signed out, that to me made me believe that Mrs. Kelly was more likely than not being honest about how many students left her class. I did not receive the disciplinary log because the teacher actually holds the disciplinary log, and at no point did I ever receive the sign-out sheet where I could confirm that only one student was signed out. But multiple students were written up discipline-wise for leaving class.
Did Mrs. Kelly accept responsibility for that issue?
She did not. She said that she never ever let any more than one student leave class at one time. And that was inconsistent with the number of students that left class that day.
Okay, allegation number 2 was Mrs. Kelly's compliance with the Teachers of Tomorrow certification process. Did you conclude that Ms. Kelly was dishonest with you and the Teachers of Tomorrow in her communications regarding her compliance with that certification?
Well, I thought that she was really evasive because I asked questions about observations, and rather than a yes or no, having completed observations, I would receive responses oh, I don't have a mentor yet, or I sent the paperwork in, but I never received an actual yes or no whether there were observations or not. Well, the email documentation that I have confirmed that 0 observations had been completed. So I felt that that was an evasive response to that line of questioning because, in fact, there have been 0 observations and it would have been a very simple yes or no response. But instead it was excuses as to why the observations had not been completed, rather than the fact that none were completed at all.
What about regarding how many credit hours she had left to complete?
That was also evasive because I asked how much was left to be done in the program, and I was told not much. Progress is good, not much is left. Where in fact 8 of 9 projects or credits or classes, or however tomorrow was characterized as that, were required and left to be done. So only 1 was done out of 9. So that to me didn't feel or seem like that was good progress. So I felt that that was not an honest answer to the question.
Who's Ms. Fennell?
Ms. Fennell is the Teachers of Tomorrow field officer. She's the field officer.
Okay, when I'm looking at page 6 of your report, you have included within your report an email from Mrs. Kelly to Ms. Fennell. Did you find that email to Ms. Fennell to be deceptive?
I did.
Why?
I did, because that email, I'd like to, can I read it?
Sure.
Thanks for your email. I will get my documents to you for your approval on my lesson plans for these 2 observations. Our principal and superintendent changed their curriculum completely, and I had to redo my entire plan book and lessons, which has already been extremely stressful and put me behind. I will get my new plans to you since what I originally submitted was not allowed to be taught, as the curriculum material I was following was changed to an online program that I needed to implement. I will try to get this all to you by Monday so I can get my evaluations recorded next week and uploaded. And this was an email message that was on November 16th, 2022.
Okay, why did you find that inaccurate?
I found that inaccurate because the curriculum hadn't changed. The curriculum had been the same for the past 2 years, at least that's what my interview notes told me, that the curriculum had not changed. But what had happened was Ms. Hagan told Mrs. Kelly that she needed to be teaching the district curriculum. Instead, Mrs. Kelly was teaching Eureka Math, which was not the district curriculum. So it wasn't that the district curriculum was changed, it was that Mrs. Kelly needed to come into compliance with the district's curriculum.
All right, allegation number 3, classroom management. Did you have concerns about Mrs. Kelly's honesty with you during your interview with her regarding this issue?
I did have concerns. The reason I had concerns on that issue was because I had multiple teachers and administrators all telling me the same information, providing the same feedback when asked questions about this topic, that Mrs. Kelly was allowing backpacks outside her classroom, in the hallway, and sometimes in her classroom, and teachers actually testified that this was making it more difficult for them to enforce rules with their students because their students felt they could leave their backpacks outside one teacher's classroom, they could leave it outside another, or they could walk around with their backpacks. And so I didn't see assessed a motivation would a teacher have, what would the motivation be to lie about something like that, and I did not find anything within my research or my interviews that would indicate why a teacher would be dishonest about that issue. Because there were several people that testified in this way, my conclusion was that it was more likely than not that Mrs. Kelly was not being honest about this issue.
And how was she not being honest about the issue?
She said that she never let students keep a backpack in her classroom or in the hallway. Never, since the beginning of the year.
What about allegation number 4, the use of Canvas curriculum plan book? Did you find her answers to be deceptive or dishonest or evasive concerning that subject matter?
I did, and I recall I was actually kind of surprised during the interview process because during that piece of it, questions around that topic, I had to rephrase questions quite often because I would ask a question and then the response would be, well, we don't use Canvas, we use Eureka, and then I had to have a lesson on Canvas is the learning management system. So then we were splitting hairs between, are you using Canvas, are you using the district curriculum? So it felt like I had to ask a lot of questions to get the information that I was looking for. And what I ended up determining through that was that Mrs. Kelly was teaching Eureka math and not the district curriculum, which meant that Canvas wouldn't have been used because she was manually uploading Eureka into Canvas. And then the other piece of it was I actually had documentation that the geometry curriculum was not actually available to Mrs. Kelly, or Canvas wasn't available because she wasn't able to view it. I have some email communications where she emailed the help desk saying that her Canvas shell wasn't viewable. And so to me, if her Canvas shell wasn't viewable for geometry, she couldn't have used Canvas since the beginning of the year for her geometry class.
Did you reach any conclusions concerning the accessibility of the students?
Accessibility to students?
Accessibility of the students.
As far as being available for students, I guess I don't understand the question.
Yeah. Well, did you find that she was deceptive at all based on the accessibility of the information to students?
Oh, yes. So I did have email communications from parents and from students who were unable to locate information in Canvas, and it appeared that often Canvas was used for notes and not for actual material of the class.
Did you have any concerns about her answers to you regarding the success of students on their exams?
As far as the success for students on exams, I don't think I had anything specific on that issue.
Okay, I'm looking at the second paragraph on page 9.
The second full paragraph?
Second full paragraph.
Starting with when?
Yeah, did you have any concerns about her testimony that students could fail their exams and still, or denying that students could fail their exams and still remain?
No, I mean, I felt I didn't have enough documentation to really weigh in on that issue. This paragraph says, when asked about extra credit, Mrs. Kelly indicated that she does give a lot of opportunities for students to receive extra credit. Extra credit is usually given for group efforts, such as by playing Jeopardy in class. She denied that a student could fail their exams and still earn an A in geometry by receiving extra credit. There was extra credit in class. There were a couple of students, teachers that said they were uncertain about her grading and that they might be inflated. But I really don't feel I had enough detail to make a determination as to whether she was honest or not concerning that issue. That wasn't one that I recall.
So did you give her the benefit of the doubt on certain issues that could not be proven?
Absolutely. If I didn't have enough information on an issue, I did give her the benefit of the doubt, and I did not include allegations that there's a preponderance of evidence that she did something if I didn't have the facts to back that up.
All right. Regarding allegation number 5, failure to comply with the administration's direction to refer disciplined students, what did you conclude there?
I did not have evidence that Mrs. Kelly failed to discipline students during the 22-23 school year. Any information that I received from the 21-22 school year, I did not consider. So I found that there was no evidence, there was not adequate evidence to confirm that she did not comply with the administration's direction to refer to the student. I did not have a finding against Mrs. Kelly on that allegation.
So is that another circumstance where you gave her the benefit of the doubt in your report?
I did, absolutely. I did not have the information, either through witnesses or email. I had over 300 pages of emails that I reviewed closely. If I did not have the evidence to come to a conclusion, then I gave her the benefit of the doubt, and there was no doubt. Actually, if I didn't have the evidence, then there wasn't anything to actually even make a decision on. And I indicated that in my allegation number 5, I just didn't have the evidence or the information, and so I had no findings that there were issues.
All right, allegation number 6, are targeting students. Did you conclude that she was deceptive with you regarding that issue?
I did, because I was very specific in asking whether she asked any students by name, whether they had ever had anyone talk about them behind their backs as part of the Positivity Project. And she insisted she did not call on anybody by name. So there were several instances where she said she did not call on students by name. The other instance was when students didn't do well on a packet of homework, and she'd come back to the classroom being out for a week. She told me, and I put her testimony, I think, in the report, that she walked around and said that she was disappointed that the students didn't do better, and she was hoping they would do better, and that they were saying they wanted to learn by themselves and it wouldn't be easy. That was her testimony, but I received the same testimony from multiple students, and then also from the teacher who actually was in the classroom when this alleged targeting incident happened. And I had so much information that was consistent between students, including students that claimed they were targeted, and the student who was actually the student who shared the Snapchat message originally, who actually was a very close student with Mrs. Kelly. She also gave the same testimony. So that to me was very credible and telling that I had students from both in support and not that confirmed that this targeting had taken place, and that students were called on by name and asked these questions.
Why was it credible to you that a student who was supportive of Mrs. Kelly testified that Mrs. Kelly had targeted students? Why was that credible to you?
That was credible to me because this student wouldn't have made up something that could be derogatory. She would wanted to protect her favorite teacher or her close teacher. So if she wanted to protect her favorite teacher, she wouldn't have made these comments, and that this testimony aligned with what the other students were saying really made it credible in my mind based on the information I had.
In your mind, did you complete this investigation objectively?
I did.
Why do you believe that?
Because I spent a lot of time on this, deliberately going through all the information that I had. I gave witnesses the opportunity to provide more information after their interviews. I did receive information from Mrs. Kelly after her interview, which I read through completely, gave it as much weight as I gave any other information I received. And so absolutely, it was very important to me to do this objectively, and I think I did do that.
I have nothing further.
Are there any questions from the board for Dr. Vanasek? Mr. Washington, do you have some questions?
Yes.
Dr. Vanasek?
Yes. did you say your employer was?
My employer,
Yes.
Trim Law Firm.
True Law Firm. So you work with Mr. Ray Davis, is
Yes,
that correct?
Yes, I do.
And isn't it true that Mr. Davis is the attorney assigned to Onekama schools?
I believe so.
So explain to me, how can you, working with your colleague, perform a fair and impartial investigation?
Okay, well, I came to Onekama by myself. I developed all the questions by myself. I obtained all of the information and reviewed it by myself. And I wrote up the report by myself. I'm a newer employee at the Troon Law Firm, so I do not have any previous relationship with Onekama. And I also don't have a very deep working relationship with Ray Davis at this point. We work closely together, but I completed this fact-finding report and the process completely independently. Ray and I do work closely together, but we did not work together on this report.
So when the Board of Education indicated to everyone that there was going to be a third party, so if you work for the True Law Firm with Ray Davis, who represents the school district, how is that a third party? How is that fair and impartial? When your colleague is providing advice, legal advice, to the Board of Education, to the superintendent, to the principal, and any others that are involved, how can anyone believe and think that that's going to be a fair and impartial investigation?
Well, I guess if you could point out what in my report appears to be impartial and not objective, I'd be happy to address
Oh, I will.
the report.
I will.
Okay.
So, what is the school's curriculum for mathematics?
The school's curriculum, it's not Eureka Math. Eureka Math is New York.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, what is the school's curriculum?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Interesting. Well, you're fairly certain in your report that it's not Eureka Math or anything else, but you keep referring to it as Canvas. And when Mrs. Kelly explained to you what Canvas was, you now say today that she was being dishonest and evasive. So I'm asking you again, what is the curriculum for mathematics here at Onekama?
Canvas.
Really?
That's everyone else I spoke with, the teachers, the administration, they call it Canvas, and the reason for that is because a link is pulled in, which is incorporated into Canvas. A teacher clicks on that link, it populates Canvas for that course for the semester, for the year, not sure how long it's for, might be the whole year. But the district calls the curriculum Canvas because that's where the curriculum is populated in.
Listen to what you said. Canvas is not the curriculum.
Well, that's what Mrs. Kelly said during her interview. She said that Canvas is a learning management system.
That's what it is.
It is a learning management system.
And the curriculum is
See, we're
uploaded
splitting
into
hairs- we're
Canvas.
splitting hairs again. This is
No,
exactly.
no, we're not splitting hairs. We're trying to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
It'd be helpful if Mr. Richardson would allow the witness to answer.
Well, first of all, my name is Mr.
Or
Washington.
Mr. Washington, sorry, would allow the witness to answer.
I gave her opportunity. She can't provide it. But we'll move on. So, an
I think
allegation.
she should be allowed an opportunity to answer the question.
Do you have to say on that, Dr. Massey?
Yes. So the curriculum, the common discourse in the district from my interviews with teachers and administrators is that the curriculum is Canvas. And that is because Canvas is used to pull in the district-approved curriculum so that a teacher can click on a link and populate the full curriculum.
Thank you.
That is what Canvas is.
Thank you for providing me with the answer that Canvas is not the curriculum. So, allegation number 5.
It is the curriculum. So it pulls in.
Allegation number 5 So Mr. Davis was questioning you, and you said that you gave Mrs. Kelly the benefit of the doubt. How can you give someone the benefit of the doubt when there are no facts to support the allegation?
That's not really, you're not asking a question there about any information. What do you got?
What do you mean? Allegation number 5, Mr. Davis questioned this witness on direct, and he says, isn't it true you gave her the benefit of the doubt? And so I'm asking her a question, how is it that you're giving Mrs. Kelly the benefit of the doubt when there were no facts to support the allegation?
Okay, so on allegation number 5, that is true, that was the conversation that we just had a moment ago.
Yes.
But the other item I can point out here on number,
I'm not asking you to point out anything else. I'm asking you, how is it possible to give someone the benefit of the doubt when there are no facts to support the allegation? Isn't it true that you're not giving the person the benefit of the doubt? It is, in fact, the facts themselves that point out that this allegation is false and has no merit.
yes, I agree
Correct.
with you.
All right, thank you. Do you recall me emailing you on November the 18th?
I sure do.
And I asked for some specific things in that email. Is that correct?
I believe you did, but I haven't looked at that email in quite some time. So.
That's fine. We'll make sure that you get caught up to speed on that. So I asked for all of the complaints that were made against Mrs. Kelly. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yeah. So today you indicated that you received a witness statement from a teacher in Mrs. Kelly's room who could speak to the targeting of students. Why is it that the union or Mrs. Kelly wasn't provided with that documentation?
Because I received it on November 28th.
It doesn't matter when you receive
Well,
it.
you asked for documentation on November 18th. I couldn't give you what I didn't have.
So when I on January the 9th, I spoke to Mr. Ray Davis, and he provided me earlier with the report that I sent to Mrs. Kelly, and then I asked for all witness statements. Why is it that I didn't receive that particular witness statement? And who is the individual who is claiming to be a teacher in Mrs. Kelly's room that we did not have an opportunity to cross-examine?
Well, that person asked to be confidential. I don't know. I did include the full text of his email in the report. You have it. So I'm not sure what additional information you're looking for.
How can we cross-examine the person? How can we verify this person even exists if we don't have a name?
Well,
I mean, I understand redacting students' name. This is an adult. This person is over 18.
it would have been nice if, I'm sure you would have been, liked to cross-examine him. I asked to interview him too, and he said no. So
But-
I can't imagine he would have spoken with you either.
Well, we tried.
So did I.
Yes, we tried, and we know who the person is. The point I'm trying to make to the board here is that the administration is simply saying that this was a fair and impartial, and I'm sharing with you and proving to you that the union nor Mrs. Kelly received all of the information. And so you base a report on a witness who we don't even know. So what court case, what trial would allow a person to present evidence without the union or the defense an opportunity to cross-examine that person, or at least identify who that person is?
We're not in a court of law here. This is a disciplinary hearing in front of the school board. We're going to do our best here. Continue.
Yeah, I just want to make that point. So the class that Mrs. Kelly was allegedly targeting students, do you know how many students were in this class? How many students did you interview in this particular class related to targeting?
I interviewed 3 students.
So if I told you there were 25, almost 25 students in this class, would that surprise you?
No,
So my question is, why didn't you interview all of the students in the class instead of the 3 students who were alleging that they were targeted?
I based my interview list on the complaints that were provided to me. And I felt that I had enough information. I had a student who did not claim that she was retaliated against, who was in the classroom, who was actually one of some students characterized her as the teacher's pet. I felt having the students that were part of the written complaints, the teacher's written testimony or written email, and then a student who was present who was not claiming retaliation was an adequate representation for the class. I didn't feel I needed to interview the entire class to identify what happened that day.
But if there are other students in the class who could have spoken to whether Mrs. Kelly called students' names, singled students out, you have, in your report, you indicated that one student liked Mrs. Kelly, so you didn't give it due consideration of great weight. Then you have 2 students who are testifying.
I'm just going to object because that's an inaccurate characterization.
Okay, that's what she said.
Of how Dr. Banasek testified, it is not what she said.
The report indicates that Mrs. Banasek felt that this particular student liked Mrs. Kelly and perhaps said things that might help Mrs. Kelly. So
That wasn't what I said. I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I didn't say that she said things that would help Mrs. Kelly. I said that she actually confirmed the things that the other students had said, and there wouldn't be a reason for her to make up that information. And I did view her testimony as particularly credible because she was testifying from the point of view of being a close student with Mrs. Kelly.
yeah, saying that she was trying to save her job, correct?
No, I didn't
That's
say
what you're
anything
saying.
about-
Mr. Washington, I'm sorry, Mr. Washington, it feels like you're, I'd rather have you ask questions that Dr. Banasek can answer, and less restatement of what you think you may have heard. Let's just ask
I asked the question.
Hey. Well, let's just ask Dr. Banasek questions and allow her to answer without the reinterpretation bit. I think that's pretty confusing.
Well, I wasn't trying to reassure. I was stating what the report says, and whether she said it verbally here as part of the testimony or she wrote it in a report, is still her words.
What I'm hearing is about this particular student's testimony. What I heard with Dr. Banasek the first time say is not the same way that you restated it, and I'm finding that confusing. So I think it would be clearer if we asked Dr. Banasek about her testimony rather than trying to continually restate and ask for confirmation. I think that's a style that's pretty confusing right here.
As part of your report, that you don't need, I don't know. As part of your report, you indicated that you did not interview any parents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So my question is, there were 2 parents who attended a board meeting on November the 14th and made public allegations against Mrs. Kelly. Why is it that you did not interview those two parents?
I actually had written statements from parents that attended that meeting. Some were in support of Mrs. Kelly, a couple were not in support of Mrs. Kelly. I used the written statements that I received and did not interview any of those individuals.
So am I understanding this correctly, that the two parents that came to the board meeting, they did not issue a written statement to you?
I'm sorry, I don't know which students or which parents you're talking about. I actually referenced in my report text from the written statements I received that were in support of Mrs. Kelly, as well as statements I received that were not in support of Mrs. Kelly. But I don't have the names of those parents right here. I did not interview any parents, but I captured the substance of their letters in my report, in support of Mrs. Kelly and not in support of Mrs. Kelly. So I guess that's
So
what I did.
I guess I want to back up a little bit. So you indicated that you were hired by the Board of Education to investigate these issues that were raised by parents and students and staff, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it true that the initial allegations were raised at the November the 14th board meeting?
I suspect, well, I don't know, because I was contacted by the board on November 28th to conduct the investigation. Some of the letters that I received from the board that same day were dated November 15th. Some of the letters were actually dated after that. I think they coincided with, well, I don't want to speculate. I don't want to say the dates of all the letters I received.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. So in interviewing the students, staff, parents, and even Mrs. Kelly, you indicated that you issued, or whoever the administrator was, issued a directive to those individuals that they should not talk to anyone else about this. Is that correct?
That was part of the directive, and the purpose of that was to preserve due process.
Yeah. I want to move on now to the teachers for tomorrow. Did you speak to anyone from Teachers for Tomorrow?
I did not.
Did you contact the field supervisor, Lynn Fennell?
I did not.
I have no more questions.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, we're good.
Okay, great.
All right. We're going to keep moving then. Our next phase will be the employees' presentation.
Can I approach?
I have some documents.
Well, before we start, this is the first that we've seen this packet. We have no idea what's in the packet. We have 15 minutes to a half an hour to review what's in the packet.
Yeah, let's do 25.
Sure.
So everybody will come back here and we'll start at 20 till by this clock.
Joe, do you have another copy?
I do, it's mine. I have a...
You want my copy?
Let me get that copy. Let me get that copy.
I need a motion to resume.
Reconvene.
I'll make a motion to resume our meeting.
All right, folks, hey.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Harry, we just did a motion to resume. Seconded.
All right, we're back from our recess. All right. How's the audio this time? We just turned it on and off again. In the back, how's the audio? Yes, you can hear me. No, you can't. Iffy. Huh. How's that? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Better? Better. Good. Okay. All right. So we are ready to move to our next phase. Sorry, I've misplaced my sheet. There it is. All right. Employee side, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I do have a better copy for you. I have a cleaner copy for you.
Okay.
Make sure you don't like yellow pages, goldenrod pages. To the Board of Education, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to be able to speak on behalf of Mrs. Kelly tonight. What I'm going to do is thank you. What I'm going to do is walk you through how we see the case and respond to the allegations that have been made against Mrs. Kelly. At the end of that, Mrs. Kelly will speak to the board. I've given you a packet. I apologize for all of the documents, but I think that many of the documents that you have in front of you will speak to some of the issues that we're going to raise. They are labeled. If you look at the top tab, it explains what all the documents are. And when I get ready to reference something, I will tell you what tab I'm going to, and I will show you which document that I'm talking about. And if you have any questions, I'll kind of wait to make sure that everybody's on the same page so you're able to see. One of the things, before I begin, I want to ask of you, and I heard that the hearing officer asked you if you could be fair and impartial and open-minded, and I ask that even though you have had the board report or the fact-finding report for some time, that I ask that you maintain an open mind and listen to what we're saying. And that's all we can ask of you. As I indicated, my name is Joe Washington, and I'm an MEA Uniserve Director. My office is located in Ludington, and I cover 4 counties, Oceana County, Mason County, Manistee County, and Boise County. And my job is to represent school employees in cases like this, as well as to negotiate various contracts. A little bit about me and the purpose that this will serve, so that oftentimes when I go to school districts, people think that I'm just a union person, and I have no knowledge of education. As I indicated to you earlier, I was a secondary social studies teacher for 15 years. I also have a master's degree in administration and curriculum design. And I have several other degrees related to theology and philosophy. So I come to you with a breadth of knowledge, not just pretending to be someone. I'm really knowledgeable of what happens in the schools. So we're here tonight to defend allegations against Mrs. Kelly for allegedly being dishonest and evasive, targeting students, not using the curriculum. A list of 6 allegations. But really, why are we here? Let's get to the meat of this. Let's stop beating around the bush and talking about all these other things that don't have anything to do with why we're here. We are here because on October the 28th, Mr. Sean Kelly, the wife of Kelly Kelly, I'm sorry. I'm so excited. Like, sorry, Sean. Jesus Christ. Anyway, Mr. Kelly filed a harassment complaint with the Board of Education. He emailed each of you.
Mr. Washington?
Yes.
We're talking about
I
the
get
allegations in front of the board, and I instructed them at the beginning of this hearing that their work tonight was 2 main things. Number 1, to determine whether the allegations presented by the administration were supported by facts, and those are things that you can provide additional facts to help the board make a good decision, which I hope you will.
Yep.
If you can help us out with that, present facts about those allegations very specifically,
Yep,
to help them make a determination about whether there is a preponderance of the evidence that those allegations are true or not.
Yep.
And if they are true, then the board has a second job, and that's to determine whether there ought to be discipline, and then what that discipline might be, if there needs to be. Those are the jobs that we have before the board, and I need you to stay on topic here and present us with information to the board that can help them make a good decision on those sets of allegations.
I'm going to get there, but I need the board to understand something, because the Board of Education is not aware of everything that goes on in their school district. And the issue that I am raising, not that this is, the primary issue that I'm going to talk about. I'm just explaining why we're here, because I'm going somewhere and I'm trying to explain something about this. So if you allow me to do that, I will get to the allegations momentarily. So Mr. Kelly, emailed each of you. He didn't receive a response, so he emailed you again on 11/4. Finally, on 11/6, he received an email advising him that the Troon Law Firm was going to take up this matter and investigate it. So that began, and Mrs. Kelly eventually was called to a meeting on 11/14 to be interviewed by the Troon Law Firm with regard to these allegations that were presented to the board by Mr. Kelly relating to allegations of harassment and intimidation and bullying by Mr. Seth Pratt. The same day, the Board of Education had its regular board meeting, and two parents, or actually three parents, made allegations and complaints against Mrs. Kelly. The very next day, on 11/15, Mrs. Kelly was placed on paid administrative leave and was told that they were going to investigate these allegations. Mrs. Kelly had never received any complaints, no disciplinary action, no write-ups, no issues, no complaints by parents, until Mrs. Kelly and her husband filed a formal complaint against Mr. Pratt. These three parents, along with three students, two staff members, wrote letters and others alleging misconduct and wrongdoing. And over 30 people showed up to a board meeting, including law enforcement and the media. It's not a coincidence that this happened. Why am I saying all of this? Because when it was determined that there was a formal complaint against Mr. Pratt.
If I might interrupt, if this concerns a complaint about Mr. Pratt, we should give Mr. Pratt the opportunity to move into closed session.
Is Mr. Pratt here?
I would prefer it being closed session if this is going to be about me. I was not aware that there were any issues with me that were going to be brought up tonight.
Okay.
These issues have already been brought up. They've been investigated, so I don't even know what the issue is here.
So if we're going to that's a permissible reason to go into closed session under the Open Meetings Act to discuss a complaint against an employee.
This has already been leveled against Mr. Pratt. These are not new allegations.
Whether that's not material, whether it's new or not. If we're going to discuss an employee complaint, that's a legitimate reason to go into closed session. So are we going to continue to hear about that, or do we need to go into closed session?
I just mentioned Mr. Pratt.
I'm sorry, say again?
I just mentioned Mr. Pratt's name relative to that. I'll move on. So,
well, he's made a complaint against Mr. Pratt. I'd like the board to consider going into closed session to the extent that he's going to keep inferring that Mr. Pratt did anything wrong. He has the right to go into closed session.
Mr. Pratt is a school employee. Mr. Pratt was interviewed.
In fact, he's doing it. He's doing it right now. He's raising complaints against Mr. Pratt, and the board should. Mr. Pratt should. His opportunity to go into closed session should be honored.
I disagree with that assessment.
Please pause. This is a decision that needs to be made by the board.
No, but I mean, you just heard one side of the argument.
This is a motion for the board, not for the two parties to discuss.
So pursuant to Section 8(1)A of the Michigan Open Meeting Act, and upon request of the employee Seth Pratt, I move that the Board of Education go into closed session for the purpose of conducting a hearing to consider being raised by Mrs. Kelly, Mr. Washington raised, complaints raised against him by Mrs. Kelly.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
Lori, will you do a roll call, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Meredith?
Meredith McNabb?
Yes or no?
Yes.
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 Margaret?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Shelley?
Yes.
Myself, yes.
All right, this is now a closed session.
Yeah. Okay, we're ready to resume.
All right, we're ready to get started again. Everybody's back. Mr. Washington, you may continue.
All right, thank you. Now we will begin to talk about the case and the various allegations that are against Mrs. Kelly. We feel and believe that the investigation into the allegations against Mrs. Kelly, number one, obviously wasn't fair and impartial. You got a person who works for the same law firm that represents the school district, giving them advice, the same individuals, their colleagues, and now we expect that that should be fair and impartial. But I'll set that aside. I had raised a point during a cross-examination of Mary Jo Nancy. Why didn't you interview all of the students to get a full view and picture of what actually happened on September the 23rd, which is, we would later reference as the pizza incident, and 11/11/22, which is the so-called targeting. Why didn't you interview or attempt to interview Mr. Nathan Bradford, who works in the classroom? And it was only tonight that Mrs. Kelly was made aware of the fact that there was actually a statement issued by Mr. Bradford. I find that to be troubling, that we received a document that we thought was a student, but it was a teacher. We reached out to Mr. Bradford, and he refused to talk with us. Interesting. Why would a colleague of Mrs. Kelly, someone who worked in the room who may have intimate knowledge of what's going on in the classroom, not be willing to come forward? Not to speak on Mrs. Kelly's behalf, but tell the truth. But you're going to make a statement to the attorneys and say, I don't want my name in it? You made the statement. Mr. Bradford could have indicated and stated what actually happened in the classroom relative to food in the classroom or backpacks in the classroom. But yet we have two teachers who are not even on the same hallway, who have no other connection to Mrs. Kelly, walking by and allegedly seeing backpacks in the hallway. And therefore, she's allowing backpacks. And as I indicated to you, these two individuals have animus and hatred for Mrs. Kelly, which is why they wrote their statements, which I'll get to in a minute. The report, the fact finder did not contact the teachers for tomorrow to identify whether or not Mrs. Kelly was actually in good standing. Why are you talking to Mr. Pratt? Why are you talking to the superintendent? How about you talk to the people who run the program? Tab number 2, Teachers for Tomorrow program. I'll deal with the first couple of emails. At the very top, it'll say Nicole Burkett, which is my field assistant who duplicated these documents. You see 2 emails. It's actually 3 emails, I think it is. They look like this. And they say Nicole Burkett at the top. Lynette Fennell is the field supervisor for the Teachers for Tomorrow program that works with, or will be working with, Mrs. Kelly. I reached out to Mrs. Fennell, and she called me on February the 1st, or on February 2nd, And I spoke with her briefly, and I indicated to her that I needed to know what was the status of Kelly's certification and compliance within the program. She indicated to me in that phone conversation that Kelly was in good standing. I said, well, what about all these things that she hasn't completed? Well, the program runs through June 30th of 2024. So she has time to do all of these things. So this email that you see is where Lynette Fennell responded to an email from Kelly, and she CC'd me on this. And basically she wrote in the email, hello Kelly, after reviewing your account, there are some tasks that will need to be completed for your standard certificate. And then she lists all the things below that Kelly would have to do between now and June of 2024 to get the standard certificate. She has a temporary teaching certificate, but the program allows her to work as a teacher under that temporary certificate, but she won't be able to get a standard teaching certificate until she completes these things. So when I received this email, I said to Lynn, I said, well, can you tell us whether or not she is in good standing with the teachers for tomorrow? Lynette's response, based on her current progress in the program, Kelly is in good standing. However, until she satisfies all of the requirements previously detailed, she is not eligible for the standard certificate. But you heard tonight and in this report that she was non-compliant. So how is the investigation fair and impartial when any reasonable person would say, well, wait a minute, let's talk to the people who are in charge and ask them where is Miss Kelly in this progress? So when Mrs. Kelly was saying during her interview with Mary Jo Benazzi, she wasn't evasive, she wasn't dishonest. What she failed to realize is that Mrs. Kelly was not given a field officer or supervisor early in the process. So she couldn't complete those evaluations that they required. And if at any time Mrs. Kelly was not in good standing, I believe Mrs. Fennell would have told us. But that's not even the smoking gun. If you keep looking, you will find some emails from Gina Hagan, who wrote Teachers of Tomorrow, and the person that she was conversing with is Sarah Bennett. So, I'm assuming you guys have that. It's the last few pages in that.
It's prior to tab 3.
Yes. Yep. So it's the last few pages. There are like 3 or 4 emails.
What's the, is 5 communications?
Yes,
Is that
there's
what's at the
5
top?
communication
Okay.
on all of them, yes. Sorry about
Is
that.
does everybody see that?
Yep. So, Mrs. Hagan contacted Sarah Barrett asking questions about this very thing. And so Gina says, Sarah, based on the information you provided me, I cannot tell if Kelly is on track or not. Can you tell me how many classes she has left to complete? Also, it is my understanding that she has completed no observations. Is that correct? And then Sarah responds and says, it was brought to my attention that you were requesting a status update regarding Kelly. It appears that Kelly is needing to complete her remaining courses along with completing her observations. She would need to reach a total of 450 instructional days of interim teaching certificate in order to receive her standard completion or standard certificate for completion of the program. Continuing on, Sarah continues and says, Kelly has a total of 5 projects and 3 additional courses complete, making up a total of 8. And then talks about our observations. And it says, in this case, she isn't near completion of the program because we need to complete those 7 observations. The observations are able to get completed quicker than over 3 years. However, it seems if she is now on leave, so they aren't able to complete the observation at this time. All of this shows the superintendent knew that Mrs. Kelly was on track. The information was provided, what Kelly needed to do, when it needed to be done, and now we have a report that says she was not in compliance. And they had these emails prior to the report being written. And all they simply needed to do was call Lynn Fennell, who was our field supervisor, just as I did, and they would have known she was in good standing. And she just needed to do these things between now and June 30th of 2024. Yet you have a report in front of you that says that she was dishonest, evasive, and she flat out lied about where her status was. If you go back a few documents to continue on this point,
Define a few, Joe. What are we talking about here?
The initial emails that I showed you that had Nicole Burkett on them, and it talks about the emails from Lynn Fennell. Yeah. Between those are some emails from Kelly and Lynn Fennell, and there is a daily lesson plan and some instructions on how to upload the evaluations in the Teachers for America program. And one of the pages, like...
You have a number 3 on the bottom of it, Joe?
Say that again, right?
You guys have a number 3 on the bottom of it?
They are numbered like 1 through 5.
Are you referring to the document that has a number 3?
No, all of the documents have their number 1 through 5 on them.
Okay. Yeah. So you're referring to all of them, I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. And I just wanted to point this out and just show you that there was a statement or allegation that she didn't, make an attempt to do the observations. And this kind of goes to another point that we'll make a little bit later. But the issue is on 10/25, Kelly was making an attempt, and this is the information that shows that she had to do a lesson plan, and the lesson plan had to be uploaded, and then obviously, she had to videotape herself, and then they would obviously evaluate the lesson based on the lesson plan and the video that she submitted. The reason I bring this up is to show you that there was an attempt to try to do that, do the things that she was asked to do. We'll talk about later why that wasn't completed, because the report indicated that Kelly had sent an email to Lynn Fennell indicating that the curriculum had changed, which was referenced. And I'll explain more about that. But I want to point that out to you that she attempted on 10/25 or thereabouts, maybe it wasn't 10/25 exactly, but she attempted to complete the one of the observations or evaluations. And since you don't know about it, it's not Mr. Pratt or Ms. Hagen's coming in and evaluating. It's her, Kelly, having the lesson plan, videotaping the lesson plan, and then providing that to teachers for tomorrow. That's the observation. It's not someone else doing it. That's what she was asked to do. The issue is, which you will see, and it makes sense a little bit later, is that Kelly has maintained throughout the investigation and all of the conversations that she had a conversation with the superintendent about the use of Eureka Math versus Accelerate Math in her classes. And so as the year progressed in terms of what we're going to do in this class and how this is going to work, there were discussions between the superintendent and Kelly about using Eureka Math versus Accelerate Math. And because of those discussions, Kelly said, wait a minute, I can't do this because, if I submit this lesson plan and then, I'm supposed to be doing something else, I mean, that's not right. That's dishonest. I need to do the right thing. Let me have the right lesson, so forth and so on. But I'll talk more about that a little bit later. But suffice it to say, I want to show you that these documents show her conversation with Lynn Fennell in an attempt to make those observations that the district is saying that she wasn't doing. The next point that I want to make about this issue of this kind of rush to judgment and rush to terminate Mrs. Kelly. So there were some students who were, as Mr. Davis has indicated, were exercising their First Amendment rights to speak, albeit in a social media platform. There were several students who were in a Snapchat group. Now, I don't know if you know anything about Snapchat. I'm 52, and I have a 19-year-old, so I have to know what Snapchat is. And I have to know how it operates. So Snapchat is a messaging platform, and the reason that kids like it is because when you message or send pictures or any type of media, it disappears once the person sees it. So you can see why kids would want to use this. They could send pictures of themselves and do various things knowing that there's not going to be a trace of it. But unfortunately, some students are not as bright as they think they are, because there are settings in Snapchat that would allow you to save the messages, even though they have been viewed by the other person. You also, in Snapchat, can screenshot the messages or images that are sent to you. So why do I bring this up? And why is this even important? No one is questioning the students' ability to exercise their First Amendment rights. They do. But they don't have a right to attack a teacher and threaten to fire a teacher and the district do nothing about it. Mrs. Kelly had a student come to her and show her the group messages from Snapchat. where several students were saying, we're going to work with Mr. Pratt and get you fired. On 10/21, Mrs. Kelly met with the superintendent and said, listen, this is what the kids are saying. This is what's happening. She's in tears. She's crying. She's frustrated. What happened? What did the superintendent do? Was there an investigation to see why the students were saying this? Did the students in fact say this? There was no investigation. No one said a word. You got a teacher who loves teaching, who is an exemplary teacher, excellent evaluations from the time she's been here. And that person goes to her supervisor and says, my immediate supervisor, I believe, is working with students to get me fired because here are messages that say that. And there's no investigation. The students aren't even talked to. They're not even questioned. But yet this was fair and impartial. Mrs. Kelly is not perfect. She has made mistakes, but by all accounts, she is an excellent teacher who cares about her students and loves teaching and loves working with students. Allegation number 1, 9/23, the pizza incident. So Mrs. Kelly has a class, for lack of a better term, a study skills class or a credit recovery class that was put together, and primarily seniors or kids that need to, to ensure that they're going to graduate or make sure that they don't miss any assignments. It's kind of at the beginning of the school year, kind of a loosely established setup, trying to figure out what should be happening here. So basically students were to get assignments from other teachers, or if they had credit that they were missing, they were to work on that. There are only approximately about 6 to 7 students in this class at the time, and it's not uncommon for students to come and go. Sign out, hey, I got to go to this teacher, I need to get some work or whatever. So the allegation is, in bold letters for you to read, so that Mrs. Kelly allowed the students to leave the building. Mrs. Kelly doesn't have any responsibility to the students. They left her class. They told her, I'm going to my locker, I'm going to some other place, I'm doing this, and they leave the building. I taught for 15 years. I've had students to leave the class and they went and skipped and went somewhere and did some things that they weren't supposed to do. How is that my fault? The kids, it's their responsibility to follow the rules that have been set by the school district. Mrs. Kelly didn't allow them to leave the building. They left on their own accord. In the interview, Mrs. Kelly said, I'm not aware of the fact that more than one student left, or they left together, which is what the question was to Mrs. Kelly. Isn't it true that these 4 students left together? She said no. One student left. And they said, well, maybe later. But forget all of that. 4 students left. They left the building. That's not Mrs. Kelly's fault. They own responsibility there. This report wants you to say that she should take responsibility for that. How? Students leave all the time. Case in point, 2 students left Mrs. Kelly's class, said, hey, I want to go talk to this teacher. We're doing some projects related to homecoming or something like that, or National Honor Society, and they want to talk to a teacher. Mrs. Kelly later receives an email from Mr. Pratt, says, why you have these students, why are you allowing these students to roam the halls? And Mrs. Kelly emailed him back and said, well, what are you talking about? They went to this teacher's class and they were supposed to come back. Come to find out, the 2 students were sitting in Mr. Pratt's office for the entire hour. When a student leaves the class, it's not on the teacher. Yeah, I know. Where did you go? You went to the locker, this, that. She has a class to teach. She has students. She has to be responsible. She can't be in 2 places at one time. If you're going to fire Mrs. Kelly for those students leaving, you might as well fire Mr. Pratt.
That's enough.
The students weren't disciplined. They left campus without permission. They did not sign out in the office. And you are now saying that Mrs. Kelly, because they left her class, they didn't tell Miss Kelly they were going to get pizza at the Easy Mart. Those students should be held accountable. And if you're going to fire Mrs. Kelly, you better fire Mr. Pratt. So we asked for documents, and I didn't print this out. I thought it was frivolous or whatever. So I got a document that's heavily redacted, can't even use it. But it says on the document, it's a disciplinary log. A person by the name of Bridget Ware, keeps this. So allegedly, when students are, disciplined or whatever the case may be, it's logged into some system. And then, it indicates what actually happened. If there's some type of, disposition related to those students, discipline, that sort of thing. Well, the interesting thing about the document that I could surmise is that it says the 22-23 school year, and then it says second semester. Well, September 23rd is in the first semester. So I asked Kelly, I said, well, have you guys ever seen this document before? Because we never heard anything about it. The reason I'm bringing all of this up is I believe, I'm a Christian man. I believe that people are fair and honest and forthright. But I gotta believe that why would a document from September the 23rd say second semester? When it was in the first semester. Just saying. It's confusing to me. Like why that would exist that way. Allegation number 2. I briefly already talked about the certification piece, talked to you about the emails, but now I want to talk about something that is somewhat problematic. This is tab number 5, so identified as witness statements. So one of the things I wanted to point out is that, as I talked about the reason we were here and the fact that Mr. Kelly had launched, a formal complaint. And so after that, we believe that Mrs. Kelly was retaliated against because of that. And one of the things that some of these documents show is that there was this rush to try to throw everything on the wall and hope something sticks. But one of the things I want to point out to you is that one of the staff members and this is I'm on tab number 5 and a couple pages in, and it also says at the top 5 communications, and it is number 1, 2, and 3. They all say the same thing. It's just like different responses to emails. So you guys have that. So that this email communication comes from Naomi, and like I said, I don't want to butcher her name, but I'll just say Naomi K, which is probably what everybody else says here too. So this email is sent from Naomi to my supervisor, which is Michelle Harrison, or was Michelle Harrison at the time. And then her supervisor is Marcy Kamenecki. And I want to draw your attention to a couple of statements in here in the 3rd paragraph. Now, this email is in reference to...
Well, I'm just having a hard time seeing the relevance of this at all.
You will in a minute. Just bear with
maybe
me.
we get to the point.
Yeah, I'm getting to the point. In paragraph 3, so Naomi K writes this to my supervisor, and this is in reference to Kelly. So Kelly at this time, this is dated December the 2nd, 2022. Naomi emails the supervisor, says Mrs. Kelly was supposed to revise the contract, yet we still don't have it. A while ago, I personally reached out to Mrs. Kelly offering my help to revise and distribute the contract, but she never responded. Yeah, because she's on paid administrative leave. Why is Mr. Washington not concerned about the fact that we still don't have a contract for the year 22-23? Here's the issue. Also, is a non-tenured, non-certified teacher of tomorrow able to be in the union, serve as an officer, and be on the negotiating team?
Yeah, still not seeing the relevance or the point and how it relates at all to Dr. Banasic's conclusions.
So the statement was in the report that she's not certified. In the report. Says she's not certified. She's not tenured. She's a probationary teacher. Only 2 people in this school district, other than Mary Jo Banasic, would know that Mrs. Kelly, other than Mrs. Kelly, is not certified according to your standards. She has a teaching certificate. How would Naomi know whether or not Kelly has a teaching certificate for Teachers for Tomorrow?
And once again, I still don't see the relevance to Dr. Banasic's report.
The relevance is it is clear that somebody is talking to someone about things they shouldn't be talking about. That's the relevance. Kelly's privacy was violated in this investigation. Who told Naomi that Kelly, who's working for Teachers for... I didn't even know this, and I've been working with her for 3 years in the union.
Yeah, still not relevant to, has absolutely no relevance to Dr. Banasic's report.
Hey, Mr. Washington, can you tell me which of the allegation this speaks to?
This is number 2 where it says that she wasn't certified, but the larger point is that Mr. Pratt or Mrs. Hagan obviously shared some information. In closed session, I shared with you this issue, and I'm going to make this statement.
Yeah, this is, now we're getting into speculation.
No, this is not speculation.
And still no relevance has been identified.
So I'm sorry, could you
as to how
please,
it relates to Dr. Banasic's report.
please tell me what, in allegation number 2, can you point to me what you're trying to provide information to the board about here in Dr. Banasic's report, so I can understand what the additional information that you're providing helps the board determine whether allegation number 2 is substantiated or not.
I'm hearing disparaging and maybe even defamatory allegations.
You can say whatever you want.
That are based on speculation.
I'm
hearing nothing relevant to Dr. Banasic's report.
The statement in her report said that she was not compliant.
Tell me.
I'm telling you now.
Give me the page.
Yeah, the report doesn't say that.
So it's the entire paragraph on page 4 references teacher certification. This whole thing is about the teacher certification program. And
no, this whole thing is about...
Stop interrupting me.
This whole thing is about whether or not she was honest about her progress with the certification, Joe.
And I've already showed you that she was honest about her progress.
I know that's what you're asserting.
And then the other issue is that now we have people who should not have knowledge of anything about her certification.
Washington, just please show me remember, you're trying to help the board understand whether these allegations, and specifically you say you're going for allegation number 2 here. Okay, let's take a deep breath. And I'm trying to find under allegation number 2 what additional information you're trying to impart to the board so they can evaluate.
So the first paragraph says that she does not, however, hold a teaching certificate. And then the rest of it is talking about, she's in this alternative certification program. My whole point in all of this, and I think you need to understand the overarching point that is trying to be made. Yeah, I'm speaking to these issues, but I'm also sharing with you how Mrs. Kelly has been treated. How can someone who is not in the administration know anything about her teaching credentials unless they were told by the administrator?
Yeah, and I'm just going to object because that's completely speculative. There's no information that anyone told anyone anything about her credentials. And so Mr. Washington's making a leap that's highly prejudicial and highly speculative. And it's not based on any facts.
Yeah. The fact is in the email. She's talking about something she doesn't even know anything about. And she got it from somewhere. I'll move on. But don't let that slide past you, because I'll come back to that issue. Allegation number 3. Classroom management, backpacks, and food. tab number 3. Should be 2 emails. Well, actually, should be the first 2 emails.
Joe, you're in tab 3.
Yes, I'm in tab 3.
We've already gone over the first 3 emails.
No, we haven't. Can I make my presentation?
Well,
I mean, can I make my presentation? That's what I'm asking. You trying to tell me what I know?
yeah, we have, but I'm trying to avoid repetition. It's highly repetitive right now.
We're going to classroom, just tell us the page, what's at the top maybe?
I was trying before I was rudely interrupted. I have 2 emails. At the top of the email, the first one is an email from Gina Hagan. It's dated September the 26th. And then there's an email from Kelly to me. But it's a recap of an email from Seth Pratt on October the 13th. So obviously it's September the 13th, and the only reason we're bringing these 2 documents up is obviously at the beginning of the school year, you know, the questions about backpacks in the classroom and, you know, water, eating, and that kind of stuff. Perhaps after the first staff meeting of the year, to kind of show that there's an issue where staff is allowing students to have backpacks in the classroom. Now, they'll have you to believe that Mrs. Kelly is the only one, which we still, kids are not allowed to bring backpacks in the classroom, but they'll have you to believe that. The second email that is a reference from Seth Pratt on October 13th, we find the same issue, backpacks in the classroom. So my point is, if this was an issue to be brought up at a staff meeting, then it's not just Mrs. Kelly. And if it were only Mrs. Kelly, then why didn't you discipline her? Where's the write-up? Where's the disciplinary action? It says, we told you on 2 separate occasions not to have backpacks in the classroom or allow kids to come in the classroom. Where's the discipline? Where's the write-up? I requested it. I haven't received anything. But yet we have 2 staff members who just happen to be going to the copier and say, oh, no, there's the backpacks in the hallway. This has been an issue. Eating in the classroom has been an issue within the district. So Mrs. Kelly testified that she did not allow backpacks in the class. We requested any complaints and any discipline that Mrs. Kelly may have received, any communications where she met with the superintendent, where she met with the principal, and we received none. But yet somehow today, we're to believe this report that says that because these 2 individuals, Jason Lennon and Naomi Kay, said they saw backpacks, that we should firmly believe them. And this tab number 5. Identified as witness statements. The first one should be a witness statement from
Naomi K. The second one is an email or communication from Jason Lennon. If you take you have the documents? Okay, got two emails. So the reason I bring this up, because these two individuals were named in the report. They were interviewed. The report leaned heavily on these two individuals. It wasn't until January of 2023 that we received any witness statements. So we didn't even know that Jason Lennon or Naomi K had said anything about Mrs. Kelly. These two individuals are anti-Kelly and pro-Seth Pratt. If you read these statements, you get a clear understanding of who they are with. They have no love for Mrs. Kelly. They think she's a terrible teacher. Mr. Lennon says, "My concerns regarding Kelly have occurred since I was hired." He says, "On a number of occasions, I tried numerous occasions to collaborate with her. All attempts have ended with finger pointing and name dragging towards me and other staff. Students and parents over time have referenced many concerns regarding her interactions and instruction." Now, need I mind you, look at the date on this. It's November the 11th. And Naomi's letter is dated November the 17th. Interestingly enough, there was a board meeting on November the 14th. Kelly was placed on paid administrative leave on November the 15th. Now, all of a sudden, got two staff members who are very concerned about backpacks want to write an email. Who asked you to write an email? Who told you to say something? Why were you at a board meeting? Rah, the administration. Really? Against your own colleague? Because you're anti-Kelly and pro-administration. And you said as much. We are here tonight to support the administration.
Yeah, once again, I'm going to object to that whole line as being speculation.
It's in the email.
Yeah.
It's in the email. It's in the statements. Very supportive of the, we are.
Okay, does it, we've got.
I cannot say enough good things about our administration. Mr. Pratt and Mrs. Hagan have always been supportive, respectful, and erred on the side of compassion.
We got it. Keep moving, please.
These two individuals have an axe to grind, and they made it known. And that's why the statements came. Mr. Pratt indicated earlier that he received a number of email complaints from parents regarding Mrs. Kelly.
Yeah, I'm going to raise a concern now that he's talking about testimony in closed session, in an open session, in an effort, it looks like, to get around the Open Meetings Act, highly inappropriate. If he's going to talk about Mr. Pratt again, I think we request closed session again.
Well, I think we actually need to take a pause. One of my board members needs to use the facilities. So we're going to pause for about 10 minutes. Could you guys move to a recess?
Oh, all those in favor? Motion to resume?
I'll make a motion to resume.
Second. Okay, all those in favor of resuming? Aye. All opposed? Okay.
All right, we are back, folks. All right, folks, I want to make sure everybody can hear, so please. Thank you. All right. Back to you, Mr. Washington.
Just one final point on the allegation number 3 that deals with the backpacks. Again, I present to the board that this issue related to the backpacks in the classroom, if it were the issue that they have raised and suggest that Mrs. Kelly would have been disciplined prior to now. There's no discipline, there's no verbal reprimand, there's no communique that we received where she was given a directive, if you do this one more time or this happens one more time. But we do have witness statements that are saying that this is what they saw. And I ask you to give that weight they deserve given the attitude or the mindset of those individuals. There was none. No reprimand, no discipline issued to Mrs. Kelly. And the interesting thing about it is the date of the statements. They're all dated after she's on paid administrative leave. The statement was given to Mrs. Kelly and the union only after the report was completed. We did not have a chance or an opportunity to in any way cross-examine or even impeach these individuals and why they might have said what they said. To just summarily say that what they wrote in their statement is factual and true, we have to look at why someone would say what they're saying. And it's been very clear, at least clear to me from my perspective, and Mrs. Kelly's perspective, as to why they would write those statements. Allegation number 4, use of Canvas, curriculum, and plan book. Tab number 1, Kelly statements. Documents I have you to reference, they are photocopies of notes. Mine are brown, but yours might be some other color. They look like this. They're just notes. And so what I want to share with you here, and actually there's 2 sets of notes here, so I actually need to, the first set of notes is not what I want to reference at this point. The second set of notes, which is dated Monday, October 31st. You guys see that? Okay, October 31st. Right. So here is a synopsis of a meeting that took place between Kelly and Gina. And it was about a few things, but one of the primary things that was talked about is the use of Eureka Math and making sure what was happening in Canvas. Kelly testified to the fact finder that she had permission from the superintendent to use Eureka Math in her classes. She was told that she could use this, and we're talking about the beginning of the school year, or prior to the beginning of the school year. She was told that you can use it But in terms of the word problems, make sure that you kind of review the word problems and make sure there's no political issue, because obviously we're using Eureka Math. I'm not sure you're familiar with it, but Eureka Math is a curriculum that is used in New York State. And so obviously New York is a very liberal state, and so, you know, there may be issues that arise that, a place like Onekama may not want their students to be talking about in terms of word problems, or to put it that way, I guess. But anyway, so she got this permission from the superintendent. The superintendent was aware that she was using this, because if the superintendent wasn't aware, then why are we having this conversation on 10/31? Because now the superintendent is saying, well, you know, I need you to switch, you need to use accelerated math. Why do you need to switch? Why do you need to change this? Why do you need to do this? Because it was determined that the students were able to garner answers by looking online. So yeah, you got this program, or this curriculum, Eureka Math, from New York State, that is aligned to the Michigan standards and benchmarks, which I'll get to in a minute. But they're having this conversation about this. And so, beginning of the year until this date, she was using this in her classes. No objection. There's nothing in writing that we have received where the superintendent, the principal, or any parent, anybody objected to utilizing this in the classroom. But there was a discussion on 10/31 where the superintendent made it clear, like, listen, we got to make some changes here. We need to do some things. You need to switch from Eureka Math. You need to go to Accelerate Math. And then they were talking about this, or having this conversation about how is the switchover going? How have you done this yet? Has it taken place? But there's no other communication. And I'm quite sure the district is going to bring Mrs. Hagan on to testify and say that's not the case. But here's Mrs. Kelly's account of what happened in the meeting. There's no directive, there's no email communication from the superintendent that this is what you need to do, this is the changes you need to make. This is a conversation that they had. I submit to you there's nothing nefarious or improper about using multiple resources to educate students along the standards and benchmarks. I asked the question of some of the witnesses here today, and I asked them about what was the curriculum, and they kept referring to Canvas. And say that we're splitting hairs and all this kind of stuff. But in tab number 4 is labeled Eureka Math. And obviously this is not the entirety of the curriculum that Mrs. Kelly was using, but I just made a few copies, the first 5 sheets of each of them. And I wanted to point out to you that it says Michigan Standards for Mathematics Correlation to Eureka Math. And this is for Algebra 2. And then there's also one for 6th grade mathematics. There's also one for geometry. And so all of these, or this Eureka Math was aligned to the Michigan standards and benchmarks. So any parent who is logging into PowerSchool and Canvas and trying to look at this program and say, what is being taught in the class? This is what they're going to see, whether it's Accelerated Math or if it's Eureka Math. They're just going to simply see,
here's what the standard is, this is what the benchmark is, this is what the lessons are. That's all they're going to see. What parent? I mean, I taught for 15 years. Parents don't necessarily have questions about that unless their kid is failing and like, hey, well, what can I do to help them? And this sort of thing. And so all of a sudden now we have this issue before us that she was not using the approved curriculum when she's gone to the superintendent and asked to use this. Back to tab 1. I'm behind the 1031 document, or 1031 count of the meeting with Gina. It is a lesson dated 10/26. And I simply asked Kelly to provide me with at least the lesson that after you met or you had a conversation with the superintendent about this and the desire to make a change and switch over from Eureka Math to Accelerated Math. And here's a lesson on 10/26 related to that. And then right behind that, because there are also questions that she didn't do her lesson plans. And she didn't have it uploaded and this, that, and the other. And obviously I think the report says that there wasn't evidence to support the claim. But I just want to point out that, and you see why that was even an issue. You have all of her lesson plans from 9/6 to 11/21. For all of her classes. And if you notice, I think mine may have dropped, but I think there should be a date or something on it that says that she printed it in my office, but it's come right out of plan book. And when we met with the fact finder, no information, say, can you provide this? Kelly provided this. She sent this information to indicate that she was doing what she was supposed to do as a teacher. Lesson plans. But yet we have some statement, witness statement saying that they went into her classes and they didn't see any lessons up there. Well, when did you look? Oh, it was 11/17. She's not even in the classroom. She's on paid administrative leave. Under tab 1. Again, there were questions about that. And there was a day that Kelly was out. She was out for several days, and she left some sub-plans. So yeah, there was nothing in Canvas. There was nothing in Plan Book to see, because she had left sub-plans for the teacher, the substitute teacher. There's no evidence that was presented that Mrs. Kelly did not teach the standards and benchmarks, and that the curriculum that she was using, which was Eureka Math, that those standards were aligned to the Michigan standards and benchmarks. If that were the case, then Mrs. Kelly should have been written up and disciplined for failure to teach the students on the approved curriculum. Since that did not happen, we're led to believe that what she was doing was the proper thing to do in her classes. On 10/21,
shortly thereafter, Kelly met with the superintendent, explained it to her about the Snapchat debacle, and then the next week Mrs. Higgins came into Mrs. Kelly's classroom and was there each and every day. And at the end of that period of time, Mrs. Kelly and Mrs. Hagan met, and Mrs. Kelly asked, is there anything that I'm doing wrong? Is there anything I need to fix, anything I need to change as it relates to the lesson plans, the curriculum? And they said, you're doing fine. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. There was no issue, there was no concern, because it was clear that the conversation they had about the Eureka Math and Accelerate Math had taken place, that it was being worked on. Allegation number 5, I will not respond to it because there's no need to respond to it. The report indicates there was not sufficient evidence to prove that there was no evidence presented for this school year where she was directed to discipline kids that she felt to be so. So I won't speak to that. So the last issue is allegation number 6, targeting and bullying students. And so I referenced this earlier about the Snapchat. And a fundamental question that I know Mrs. Kelly wants to know, and I certainly want to know, why it wasn't investigated. When students were saying that they were working with the principal to get Mrs. Kelly fired, why that wasn't investigated. And then after that, we got allegations that Mrs. Kelly targeted and bullied students. I want to give you some information and share with you a timeline. So the student came to Mrs. Kelly on or about October 21st and shared these messages with Mrs. Kelly. On the same day, in the afternoon, Mrs. Kelly met with the superintendent and shared what she knew about the Snapchat messages and was very concerned about her career, about her job, and the fact that she may very well be terminated, and the fact that she felt that the principal was probably turning students against her.
Can we stick, please,
Yeah,
specific?
I'm stating what Kelly felt. I'm not, anyway, I understand, fine. So nothing was done. Nothing was done. Nothing was said in terms of investigating, trying to find out, other than the superintendent intimated to Mrs. Kelly and in tab number 1, the other sheets that I referenced earlier is Friday, October 21st, which is Kelly's account of the meeting with the superintendent regarding the Snapchat. And basically the superintendent tells us, like, we got to move on. You know, I don't think Mr. Pratt is out to get you. We got to move on. We can't continue this. We got to move on. I don't think he's out to fire you. We can't. You're like, don't worry about that. Let's just move on. And but the interesting thing is, so Mrs. Kelly has been talking to the kids as part of the Positivity Project, which is a project that's here in Onekama, where teachers are providing lessons to students around character and, you know, positivity, and trying to help them to grow as individuals. And Ms. Kelly used this opportunity to talk to the students about talking about people behind their backs.
This wasn't on November the 11th, which was alleged by the students. It was only on that date that Mrs. Kelly revealed that she knew what the Snapchat messages had said. Why didn't she do anything on October 21st? Why didn't she target a student on the 21st when she knew about it? She knew 3 weeks ahead of time what the students did and what they said. She did what any reasonable, conscientious Christian adult would do. This is not about the students. I need to teach the students. This is an issue perhaps between two adults, and I'm not going to let the students get in the middle of that. And I'm going to teach them. None of the students who alleged that they were targeted or that they were bullied or intimidated, grades drop. Tab number 7 had the grades from the 2 students who indicated that they were bullied and intimidated or targeted. And kind of crazy to look at, but just trust me, I'm trusting what the administration sent me. I talked to Mrs. Kelly and confirmed that these are the students. I don't have access to the names of the students, so I don't want you to freak out like I have people's information, but I do know what the kids' names are. That's part of my job, to be able to adequately represent Mrs. Kelly. But if you look at the kids' grades, and it's just not the Mrs. Kelly's grade, but it's all the kids' grades, and it's assignments, and you can clearly see the dates and times when students turned in assignments or when it was reported into the system as to what their grades were. And I ask you to pay close attention to the time when it was alleged that they were being targeted, or they were being bullied, or they were being intimidated, or they being singled out for some reason. That's not Mrs. Kelly's character. That's not what she did. She used a positivity project to talk to the students about how inappropriate it is to talk about people behind their backs. And she did tell them that she knew what they said in the Snapchat. That's not improper. That's not wrong. Listen, let's be reasonable. All of you may, I don't know you, but I surmise that you have kids, or you had kids, or you have grandkids. What do kids do when you confront them with something that they have done wrong? They run. They blame other people. They do a whole bunch of other stuff so that the attention is not on them. When they knew and put 2 and 2 together that what Miss Kelly was talking about in the Positivity Project, about talking behind your back and knowing what was in those messages, we can't be in this class. And so this happened on November the 10th. Where Mrs. Kelly reveals that she knows what happened in these text messages. On November the 11th, the students went home and told their parents, we're not going to this class, she knows what's going on, and she's targeting us. Because on the 11th, now she's having or the 10th, she's having a conversation about what they didn't do in their assignments. What teacher has failed to talk to students about their failures to do their assignment in the class? That's not singling somebody out. Hey class, you guys didn't do a good job. Hey Johnny, why didn't you do your assignment? Every teacher has done this. Talk to me. Why didn't you do this? That's not targeting. What did the kids lose? Their grades remained the same. Their grades weren't reduced. Got one kid that failed the entire first semester. But somehow now Mrs. Kelly did him wrong or singled him out or something like that? Really? She did what she needed to do, to talk to the kids about their inability to complete the assignment. The students received E's, but they were given an opportunity to make up the assignment. You didn't hear about that. But they didn't do it because they didn't come to class the next day. Because they were allowed by the principal to go to any class they wanted to other than Mrs. Kelly's class. Because they didn't want to face the music that she knew. What they said about her. The rest of the documents that I have indicate the personnel file, talked about the messages, and there in tab 9 are letters of support for Mrs. Kelly. There are many parents, many students, several staff members who are all in support of Mrs. Kelly and her teaching abilities and what she's done here. Doesn't feel that she should be terminated. So at this time, I'm going to stop our presentation in terms of going through the allegations, and I'll turn it over to Mrs. Kelly to make a statement.
First, I want to express my deepest appreciation to my entire family, my students, their parents, and the community for the overwhelming love and support I have received from them over the past 4 months. I want you to know that I have received your emails, your kind words of love and encouragement, and your touching messages of how I have made a positive impact on your life in the few years I have been a teacher here at Onekama. It has pained me not to be able to reply, reach out, or talk to each of you, but I was complying with what the school board had instructed me to do. I did this because I was told it was to keep the integrity of the investigation, and I was wrong. I have heard one consistent question from students, parents, and community members. Why did this happen? The board has never disclosed this to them. Unfortunately, this situation has inflicted not only a tremendous amount of stress on my family and I, but also on most parents and students at Onekama schools, whose education has since been disrupted. For this, I feel an apology from the board is necessary to my family, students, their parents, and the community of Onekama. Mr. Washington took time to share what truly had transpired, the real reason why I was placed on administrative leave, and why the board should not terminate my employment. After my November 14th interview, where I gave all my testimony and proof, which had all been very clearly documented, of every harassment, retaliation I received from Mr. Pratt and later Ms. Hagan, I asked the investigator if she would be questioning the teachers and students so she could get validation on everything I was telling her, and she said no. Again, this is the school's hired objective third-party investigator, so I was told, and she said no. She was only questioning me, Mr. Pratt, and Ms. Hagan, the two people my husband filed a complaint against. Later that evening of the 14th, unbeknownst to me, there was a planned collaborated effort to attack my character and good name here in this very room. You, the board, allowed it to be done in public. You allowed my name to be spoken in public, and you provided comments to the accusers. Earlier that day, Ms. Gildersleeve was sitting in my interview and heard all my testimony on what had happened to me. She heard all my testimony about the joint effort that I had brought up among students and the principal to get me fired. And she sat there and looked me in the eyes and said she has been an educator for 40-some years and takes this very seriously. She said the investigator was objective and the board was going to make a decision that was objective and based only on the facts. I left that meeting with a feeling of relief because I finally felt like my voice was being heard. I left that meeting feeling like, thank goodness, this was now out there and they would not be able to hide it anymore. Then, the next time I heard anything was the very next day when I received the email from Ms. Gildersleeve stating I was put on administrative leave for not following curriculum, lack of supervision, and for insubordination. I could not believe what I just read. I broke down in tears, and my husband kept asking me what was wrong. I couldn't even explain to him what I just read. I was in disbelief. How could a board believe that after the president of the board just heard me explain that there was this effort to get me fired, and the students I just named to her and the investigator the day before, now 2 of their parents were the ones who brought forth these false claims against me, and she personally emailed me a letter stating I was the one being put on leave because of insubordination? I'm a 49-year-old woman who has been working since I have been 15 years old. I have worked at one of the top law firms in Michigan. I have worked for a prosecuting attorney, and I have worked for a chief judge in one of the courts in Michigan. In all of my years of employment working in these jobs that one can only be successful at if they are respected, a team player, and most importantly, ethical and have integrity, I have never received anything but the highest evaluations and praises of my work and character. As Mr. Washington indicated, he emailed the school's investigator on November 18th, requesting the investigator conduct further interviews and produce documents based on this shocking email and these false allegations against me. When this concern was brought up to the investigator and Ms. Gildersleeve during the interview in December, accusing me of these false allegations, I was told that it didn't matter how or why these parents came forward and said what they said. Ms. Gildersleeve actually said she was glad it was brought up because she was there to do what was best for the kids. I find it interesting the investigator would not want to fully investigate the claims against me to make sure they were in fact true, given all that has happened. While the investigation about me on the false accusations made on November 14th was still going on, the same investigator submitted her findings regarding the complaint my husband filed on October 28th against Mr. Pratt and Ms. Hagan, stating Mr. Pratt and Ms. Hagan had not violated any of the school's policies, and the board agreed. As I stated, the biased investigation of me continues. For this, the investigator took statements from Mr. Pratt's relative, the relative's friend, Jason Lennon, and Naomi, both of whom are teachers here at Onekama. You see, they interviewed 2 of the students who were in the group chat, stating they wanted to get me fired, and the 2 teachers who gave false testimony. They did not interview anyone who would have had direct knowledge or could corroborate any of the claims they are making. Why did they not want to talk to the students who they claim were all involved in this incident? Why did they not produce the records they say they saw that were not signed by students? Why did they not talk to the parents who they claimed were all called? And I'm referring to the pizza incident. The reason is because these are all lies. And if they talk to the people that have direct knowledge, their lies would be exposed. They have absolutely no proof or evidence of anything other than a liar's word. Now, another allegation. Of the 94 students who I have had the pleasure of teaching throughout the day, only 2 parents complained that I graded incorrectly. Was this such an important and detrimental matter to every student in Onekama that it warranted investigation and is cause for possible termination? I am wondering if the investigator or you, the board, have looked to see which two parents these are. Let me do the honor and advise you. These two parents are Naomi, Mr. Pratt's friend and Onekama teacher, and Ashley Rosga, Mr. Pratt's sister. The fact that the board would have 92 students' educational year be completely turned upside down and uprooted, especially in a subject matter where Onekama students are already suffering, is shameful. However, we really know what the reason is, and I will get to that shortly. Backpacks. I find it interesting that Jason Lennon provided a statement in his November 11th email to Ms. Hagan and Mr. Pratt stating he was able to witness students had backpacks in the hallway, outside my classroom, and just inside my classroom door. Two things come to mind that I am not sure if the board has thought of. One, if Mr. Lennon is making copies, he is doing it before school starts, since he was referring to the class before second hour. If this is the case, then this is before school starts, so it has no bearing in this instance, because school hasn't started yet. Two, if Mr. Lennon is saying he was making copies after school started, then A, I question his supervision of his classroom, and B, my classroom door is always closed during instruction time, and therefore he in no way could ever see backpacks inside my doorway, and therefore he would be lying. Again, he is just going through Mr. Pratt's false allegations and providing the evidence and witness testimony that Mr. Pratt needed for this bogus investigation. Jason Lennon's testimony is false and made with malice and bad intentions. So as you can see, what started out as an investigation into me based solely on two parents providing false allegations turned into an investigation and questioning into all these little things, such as supposed backpack in my classroom, students leaving the school without my knowledge, students having food in my classroom, more than one student out of my classroom at a time, me not using a curriculum that the superintendent gave me permission not to use, etc. So, to sum everything up, because I know I just went through a lot of information, the reason I am where I am today is because of one reason and one reason only. My husband filed a complaint against Mr. Pratt for sexually harassing me and continuing to harass and retaliate against me, and for Ms. Hagan allowing it and doing absolutely nothing about it. Because of that reason only is why I am being put up for termination. I have done nothing wrong and I should not be terminated. I was advised many times by school administration to resign over the past few months since being placed on leave. I did not resign at their request because I know the truth, and that is that I, a Christian woman, in no way did what they claim I have done. You, the board, along with the administration staff, have tried to keep the truths hidden from the students, their parents, and our community by trying to coerce me into resigning. On January 9th, I had the distinct pleasure of having a Manistee County Sheriff's deputy show up at my house in uniform to hand deliver a written letter from Ms. Hagan stating she was recommending that night at the school board meeting that I be fired. It is plausible to think that if I resigned on that day when Ms. Hagan had the sheriff deputy show up at my house on January 9th, she may not have abruptly turned in her resignation that evening. Furthermore, we, meaning myself, my family, the community, and most importantly, the students, would not be going through this nonsensical injustice consisting of frivolous claims backed by a biased investigation. Unfortunately for the board and the administration, I can stand up for the truth and what I believe in. You may have me out of the Onekama hallways, but you are still allowing me to be a vessel for an even bigger lesson. I didn't play along and resign like you all hoped you could coerce me to do, and here we are. Many of us know that the type of kids we see in the classroom are a reflection of their parents and their upbringing. Students who are career-driven, motivated, and with a tremendous work ethic. It is likely a direct reflection of how they were raised and the characteristics instilled in them by their parents and/or guardians. I know those of you that are teachers have told parents of students who excel, or more importantly, students who have excellent work ethic, that is a huge part due to their upbringing, and their parents should be really proud of what they have done. Why am I saying this, and how does that pertain to me? Because the board allowed my character to be attacked in public, in their public forum, and subsequently ended up in the Manistee News Advocate for the world to see. Furthermore, I am here because it has been suggested that I have bullied students, and basically am being told that I am not a good teacher or person who should be in charge of Onekama students, as I am not what's in the best interest for them. I mean, that is what Mr. Pratt said in the Manistee News Advocate newspaper that reached all corners of our county and beyond that morning in November, right? I completely disagree, and so too have many parents and students. I am very confident in who I am as a teacher, mentor, wife, mother, and friend. And I know I am good for the students of Onekama, and that I should not be terminated. I love teaching Onekama students. Every single one of them, even those who have spoke ill of me, have something to make of this world, or have something to make this world better. Not all of them know that though, and this is one of the pleasures of teaching, helping them find it. Referencing back to the News Advocate article that blasted me publicly after the November 14th school board meeting, Andy Prine stated, as quoted in the paper, "I believe this person is probably a pretty nice person, but nice doesn't teach. These kids have to make it in the world," Prine said. I don't know if anybody is paying attention, but the world is not an easy place to make a living right now. We need our kids to be able to read, write, and add numbers together more than ever. I agree with Andy on two things. First, I am a very nice individual. And two, these kids do need to be able to read, write, and add numbers together. It is mandated by the state of Michigan, as I well know, even if the administration and board have stated the contrary in their false accusations. I hold my students accountable when it comes to achieving grades. There is absolutely no law against that. As I said, if you want to get a glimpse of what kind of person someone is and how they treat people, look at their children and see what type of people they are. So, I believe if I give you a glimpse of how my husband and I have raised our two children, everyone would be able to see the values that are important to me as a parent and as a teacher. These are the same values I try to instill in my students with their education and how they can achieve their version of success in the real world. So for all the Andy Prines out there in the world, I can assure you that yes, I am nice, and yes, nice does teach. Just as I did for my children, these are the same values that I instill in each of my students and the same expectations I have for them. I never expect them to be the straight A, B, or C students. The only thing I ever expect is that they are maximizing their potential. I am a mother of two wonderful grown adult children who are here today, my daughter Lindsay and my son Jesse. Lindsay is a 2020 Manistee High School graduate. She was a straight A student during her high school career at MAPS, a National Honor Society member, a student athlete who excelled both on and off the court. She was a varsity athlete since her freshman year and was captain on the varsity team for many of the years throughout high school. She was a leader and very well respected by students and staff. She took just about every AP course that was offered through MAPS and excelled at those as well. She also has the kindest and most compassionate soul of any human I know. It doesn't matter if you are poor, rich, homeless, the most popular, or the lonely person sitting by themselves in the corner. To her, you are all equally important, and she will pray for you just the same no matter who you are. Lindsay is finishing her third year at Grand Valley State University and is going into elementary education. She has such a great work ethic and nannies as well as attends school full-time. And she loves kids just like her mom, and she will make a great teacher. Our son Jesse graduated from MAPS in 2012. During high school, he was an outstanding athlete, a National Honor Society member, and he too excelled on the field and in the classroom. Jesse also took many AP courses while attending MAPS. He won first place his junior and senior year in West Shore Community College chemistry competition. He too was an all-star student athlete and was greatly respected among the students and staff. He went on to attend the University of Michigan and graduated with his undergraduate degree in 2016, majoring in neuroscience and minoring in Spanish. He ranked in the top 5% nationally on the MCAT exam and was accepted into the University of Michigan's medical school at the age of 21. At the same time, he enlisted as an officer with the United States Air Force as second lieutenant. He graduated from the University of Michigan Medical School in 2020, and his Air Force ranking was advanced to captain at the age of 25. He was then ranked extremely high and was selected and matched with his first choice of Michigan State University, Corewell Health, Grand Rapids, General Surgery Residency Program, which is where he is today as a resident physician finishing up his third year. My children have an exceptional work ethic and know the value of education and the importance of their role as students in education. This is something that had been instilled in them by my husband Sean and I throughout their lives. I have always told my students that I have great expectations and I am always here to help. There is a responsibility of the student, and I will always make sure they know they have to invest in their education as well. They will only get out of it whatever they put into it. My own children are prime examples of this. Their paths to where they are now were not easy paths. We as a family had a lot of obstacles that were thrown in front of us. Many times in our lives we had come to forks and dead ends in the road. Many times we had took the wrong turn, and other times we reached a dead end and had to turn around and start over. However, we never let that stop us. We persevered and kept moving. My kids today, because of our perseverance, know how to problem solve. They know how to creatively think of ways to work around situations. They know how to talk to people, and they know how to collaborate. There are so many positives that have come out of negatives. That is what I teach all of my students, just as I have taught my children. I have never treated the students of Onekama, nor would I ever treat the students of Onekama any different than I treat my own children. You see, I not only teach math, but I also teach about life while I teach math. I have so much wisdom, knowledge, experience, and life history to offer our students. I can relate with students from all walks of life. I have been looked down upon by Naomi here as if I was not an equal because I am not earning a standard teaching certificate in the same manner as she did. One thing I would agree with her about, I am not her equal. I am able to offer the students of Onekama so much more. My teaching includes lessons on life experiences, adversity, resilience, strength, heart, determination, compassion, grace, forgiveness, dedication, joy, and love to give the students of Onekama everything that Andy Prine should want for any child and student. I want the students, parents, and community members to know the truth and know why I am and always was what was in the best interest for their child. And I was never any threat or concern. I believe wholeheartedly that your biggest concern is still in the building, and you, the board, have allowed him to stay, and the school and community you represent to suffer. I want to share a word with you, and that word is lip service. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines this as an allegiance expressed in words, but not backed by deeds. The Cambridge English Dictionary describes lip service as meaning to say that you agree with something, but do nothing to support it. And the Urban Dictionary states that lip service is when someone says they are going to do something when they aren't going to do anything to support it. A common and popular saying that I have heard since I was a child is actions speak louder than words. And when I refer to words, I'm talking about lip service. For example, the state of Michigan has required teachers to be evaluated by our actions. We can say our students are doing great and that they are understanding, but that's just lip service. The state could care less what us teachers have to say. They want to see action. They believe test results are the action that they need to see. A large portion of our teacher evaluation is based on that action. So I can tell you that my students are understanding a topic, but if I can't show it to you, they're not understanding it. So guess what? They're not getting it. Action, not lip service. This is such a common phrase in one version or another that has been around for centuries, so I'm going to share a couple quotes with you. John Sephoric said, "A man of words and not of deeds is like a garden full of weeds." An unknown author stated, "Sometimes you don't need to hear their excuses or what they have to say because their actions already spoke the truth." Benjamin Franklin said, "Well done is better than well said." Well done is better than well said. Action, not lip service. So let's look at the actions and words of the administration when it comes to these investigations. Lori Gildersleeve said this investigator was an objective third party. She said this investigator knows nothing about the case at all. She said the board was completely transparent. The administration and/or its representatives told my union representative to assure me I have done nothing wrong. Putting me on non-disciplinary paid administrative leave is only for my protection. However, after everything Mr. Washington and I have talked about, I think I have shown that your actions have told otherwise. You were just feeding the students, parents, and community members lip service. I will repeat a quote. Sometimes you don't need to hear their excuses or what they have to say because their actions already spoke the truth. So let's look at the actions and words of Naomi and Jason regarding their complaints about me. Jason's email of November 11th to Mr. Pratt and Ms. Hagan said, I violated all kinds of policies and that he has had concerns about me since he has been hired. He said many parents and students have told him concerns about my interactions and instruction. Yet, despite our request, and there has never been anything put in my personnel file to indicate otherwise, this is the first email that Jason has ever sent to administration regarding any concerns or issues that he has had about me. Naomi said in her November 17th email to Mr. Pratt and Ms. Hagan that I am detrimental to the success of the students, that she believes I am doing this job just for a job or a paycheck, that it is not my passion, and that I do not take the guidance of administration to be the best version as an educator. She further said, I am not a team player and am only concerned with my own motives, that I have created a stressful environment for most of the staff and the school has become divided more than ever. She said everyone is not working as a whole and they're walking on eggshells around me because they all fear I will target them. She said I have proven that I am not willing to follow simple directions, use tools supplied by the school, be supportive of others, or even demonstrate basic best teaching practices for the sake of students' success. Please show me the proof. So with all those terrible, ugly, cruel, harsh, mean, and downright nasty things these two teachers have said about me, and the way they feel about me, I have a very important question. If that is truly how they feel, and how they have always felt, as they claim, that I am so bad for all these students, and I am truly as terrible and detrimental to the success of these students, then why in the world did they not address these concerns ever? The first time these concerns were brought to the attention of administration was after my husband filed the October 28th complaint against Mr. Pratt and Ms. Hagan. I find it interesting that the statement from Jason comes in on the business day before the public meeting scheduled to attack my character, and he doesn't just talk about the students' complaints. He makes sure he puts everything in there that Mr. Pratt needs to back his accusations. Of further interest, Naomi's email statement comes in on November 17th, 2 days after I was put on leave. And for the most part, her statement is just a statement of her opinions of me. It was not a factual statement by any means. But yet, your impartial third-party investigator uses that to state that she finds Naomi credible and uses that to state that I am a liar. Simply put, Naomi and Jason took no action. They only provided lip service. Again, sometimes you don't need to hear their excuses or what they have to say because their actions already spoke the truth. I believe in all of these instances, the actions of the board, Naomi and Jason spoke the real truth. Naomi and Ashley Rosga are the only two parents who wrote the board, administration, and/or investigator in preparation for the ambush and/or for the proof needed about my grading. Again, they claim to be so concerned about grading, but no other reports to administration, nothing. Lip service, no action. I was taught at a very young age. I have taught this to my children, and I have tried to instill this among my students. If you don't like the results you get, quit doing what you are doing and try to make a change. As Albert Einstein once said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting different results. In other words, take action. And that's what I did. I immediately reported the harassment received from my supervisor, Mr. Pratt, that I received from my supervisor, Mr. Pratt. Ms. Hagan did not handle the issue and allowed the harassment and retaliation to continue. Therefore, my husband then took action and emailed the board. When we received a response, we were fed nothing but lip service, no action. Again, this is why we are here today and why the false accusations and the bogus investigation was conducted against me and why the board immediately took me out of the hallway of the schools and instructed me not to talk to anyone regarding these matters, to bury and hide the real truth. So again, the only reason I am here today and Ms. Blazik is recommending that I be terminated is because my husband filed a complaint against Mr. Pratt and Ms. Hagan on October 28th. The entire situation saddens me because we have family ties with Onekama and the community, as my husband's father, aunt, uncle, numerous cousins, and many other extended family members have graduated from here. Now, I would like to take a minute to address my students. To my Algebra 2 students, I sure miss our morning time. You all brought the sunshine I needed to start every one of my days, and I miss that more than I can ever express. I am so sorry that this has happened to you as well, because we should still be together. Remember, you are not what is reflected on a piece of paper or in the computer. A grade never defines a student. You are so much more than that. To my geometry students, I am terribly sorry this too has happened and tarnished our classroom dynamics. I really enjoyed our class together. I especially enjoyed our positivity project time. It was those times when I felt I got to see what was under all the teenage exterior layers. When you all shared your stories and drawings, the laughter, I miss those times with you. I believe you all know the truth, and I hope you can all learn from it. I hope that seeing what I have gone through and seeing that I have faced all of this and am still sitting here today, proud of being your teacher and proud of who I am and what I stand for, I hope you can find some inspiration in that. I hope that when you face some difficulty in life and think, how can I get through this? I hope you think of what I went through, because I am here to tell you that it has literally been a nightmare. But here I am, tall and proud. If I can do it, so can you. To my seniors, my heart aches. And I am so deeply saddened that we missed so much of your last year. I loved our small class, and I loved helping you stay on track and getting your courses up in credit recovery. That was by far the one class that I will be extremely proud and grateful for. It gave me so much pride to feel like such an important part of making a difference and really helping students achieve something that seemed so unachievable. To my computer classes, I really am sorry that second marking period class and I did not get to know each other on a greater level this year. We just started the marking period when all this happened. They were working on their mini autobiographies, and I was looking so forward to reading them. And to the students I didn't get to have for computers, I too wish we could have had class together so we could have shared our day's adventures, and I would be able to teach and watch you all grow in your computer skills. And lastly, but certainly not least, my wonderful spunky sixth graders. This class is a fun, wild, crazy group of kids with so much personality. We had a blast learning math. I think my favorite was watching the interactions and engagement. I have never had a class that was so engaged as this class. By the end of the hour, almost every student would be raising their hand high to answer questions in class, and it was so much fun. When students say this class goes by fast, that's a compliment, especially for a math class. I remember we were answering some math questions. The kids were laughing at some of the math questions and how I was reading the questions. And Finn sits back in his chair and he states just in a casual and exhilarating voice and says, "God, I love this class." My heart burst with joy. That was the reason I chose to be a teacher. And that was the reason I was doing what I was doing. Bringing joy to a subject that so many students think they are not good at, and that so many students think is boring. That was the reason I went to Ms. Hagan last year to talk about Eureka Math. I wanted to engage students more instead of just having them take notes from the Accelerate curriculum. Accelerate was great when we were online during COVID. But I went to Ms. Hagan last year because I told her that I wanted to try something different to engage my students and provide more of a modeling approach to math. I talked about how Onekama students' math scores are declining, and I believe something different needed to be done. Accelerate doesn't offer what our students needed, and I told her that. I had all my binders printed out with all the curriculum, with all the standards. I had all the materials, the lessons, and I told her I was hoping for her approval so I could work on it all summer long to get my plan book set up with all the detailed information and align it to all the standards. After we talked and went over the information, she had agreed. And as Mr. Washington said, with the exception, the only requirement she had two requirements. I upload the stuff into Canvas, which I did, and that I make sure I read the word problems before submitting them to the students, which I had done. We both felt that it was very important to improve the state math scores for Onekama students, and she agreed that I could use that curriculum. Was it easy? Absolutely not. Was it thought-provoking? Yes. Did it make students frustrating? I'm sure it did. However, did we talk about it and work through the problems in class? We sure did. Were students given numerous chances to succeed? They sure were. More importantly, did the students grow? Absolutely. To all of my students, past and present, I would like to say this. If this board wrongfully chooses to terminate me, I want you to know I would not change my decision one bit, and I would stand here again 100 times over. I do not regret standing up for the truth. I would do it again to open the eyes and let everyone know what type of person that the board has put in charge of your school. I may be standing here by myself, but I promise you I am not alone. I love each and every one of you, including all of the students who were part of the group chat. I hope you know I have never had any hard feelings whatsoever. I know you each deep down know the truth, and one day you will stand on the truth. Despite what adults may have said, I have never been upset or angry at any of you. I was hurt deeply and disappointed, but I was never angry. You are teenagers, and I do not hold teenagers responsible for adult issues. I wish you nothing but great things in your life. I do hope you learn from this and always know how important it is to do the right thing and what it means to be gracious, forgiving, and have compassion. I have all of those feelings for each of you. To all my other students, I sure miss you and will always be your biggest cheerleader. Make sure you never let anyone ever change you, because each of you are unique and perfect just like you are. Every single one of you. You have all touched me, and I am so grateful to have been a part of your life, and I do hope the board continues our journey together. Remember to always stand up for what is right, even if it seems like you are the only one standing. I promise you that you will never be alone. And in closing, I would like to address the board. I ask you to take the time and read through every one of the documents that we are submitting to you today. If you do not read through each of them carefully, then you are not serving what the people of this community have entrusted you to do when they trusted you with their vote. I leave you with one final thought. One of the favorite quotes of mine by an unknown author that pertains to the all talk, no action is, don't talk, just act. Don't say, just show. Don't promise, just prove. That's what I ask and hope you do today. Don't talk, say, and promise me, the students, the parents, and the community that you will do what is best for the students of Onekama. Just act, just show, and most importantly, just prove. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Washington?
No.
All right. It almost felt a little witnessy. Do you have any questions for Ms. Kelly?
I don't. It was a speech. It wasn't really testimony, so no.
All right.
I don't.
Now you all have an opportunity for rebuttal.
Yeah, I'm going to call Mary Jo Banasic back on.
Right.
Okay. All right. Dr. Banasic, you've heard Mr. Washington and Mrs. Kelly raise concerns about allegation number 1. Given everything that they've, and this is students leaving class and leaving campus, would you change your opinion regarding your conclusion based on the information that's been presented here tonight?
I would not.
Why not?
Because there were still more than one student signed up. There was still more than one student signed out of class. And the report doesn't state that Mrs. Kelly gave them permission to leave campus, but that she stated that she never lets more than one student leave her classroom at one time. And that was where I found the problem was, that was what was dishonest.
Okay, did you hear Mrs. Kelly accept responsibility for those mistakes here tonight?
No, I did not.
All right, so let's look at your finding in allegation number 2. Teachers of tomorrow, have you heard anything from Mr. Washington or Mrs. Kelly that would change your opinion about allegation number 2?
I have not.
Why not?
Because I didn't say anything in the report. There isn't anything in the report that Mrs. Kelly wasn't in compliance or that she wasn't in good standing. My question was, how was progress going? Had she made good progress? And she said yes, and she hadn't had any observations at that time. So that wasn't good progress as far as I could tell, but I never said anything about standing or being in compliance or out of compliance. It was a matter of, are you progressing in the program? That was the question, which was not honestly answered.
Did you hear her accept any responsibility for that
I did
tonight?
not. I did not.
Next, let's look at allegation number 3, the classroom management concern, specifically the backpack issue. Did you hear anything? Did you review anything tonight that would change you or cause you to change your opinion?
I didn't see anything different. I mean, there wasn't any new information provided except for potentially a motivation that even if we could say that witnesses were motivated to claim that backpacks were brought into the class, still the superintendent and principal also testified along with the teachers about the backpack. So I still stand by my 51% preponderance of the evidence statement in my report.
All right, let's look at allegation number 4, the Canvas curriculum plan book Power School. You still believe that Ms. Kelly was dishonest during the fact-finding interview concerning that matter?
I do. Based on our conversation, it was my understanding that Eureka was being used exclusively, and based on my interviews with Ms. Hagan as well, there had been conversations last year about using the Accelerate curriculum and supplementing it with Eureka. And based on the information about using Canvas from the beginning of the year, yet not having access to it, really affected the credibility of that testimony. And when the credibility of the testimony is impacted, then it makes me give deference to the other witness that I had, which was Ms. Hagan. So I'm still looking at the preponderance of the evidence, 51% standard. So no, I would not change my opinion on that issue.
What about number 6, the targeting of students for participating in the Snapchat messaging? You change your opinion based on the information presented tonight or Mrs. Kelly's speech?
I would not, and the reason for that also is that that event happened on November 11th, so I don't think it's coincidental that a lot of parents showed up at the November 14th board meeting, because we did receive communications from parents who were angry about what happened in class allegedly on November 11th. So in my mind, there was a reason that a lot of people came to the board meeting, and I don't have any evidence showing that any administrators made arrangements or had some kind of attempt to bring people to the board meeting. And then I also wanted to clarify that I did not gather any statements from Ashley Roska. I did not interview her. I did not obtain information from her for my report. So I wanted to clarify that as well.
Okay. All right, did you hear Mrs. Kelly accept any responsibility for any of her testimony that she gave to you during that fact-finding meeting?
I did not.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've got some time for closing statements. I'll point out to both sides that it's 10 o'clock, so if we could make them brief, that would be really delightful.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why I don't get to rebut what you just brought up, a rebuttal witness, and I don't get to
Oh, you have
cross-examine
questions?
her?
I'm sorry, you have questions
okay.
for Ms. Dr. Demaster?
Yeah, I'm not a morning person. I'm nocturnal, so it's okay for me. So. But I understand you got to drive back to East Lansing. So on page number 4, it says allegation number 2, teachers of tomorrow, teaching certification compliance. So is your testimony now that you only asked her if she was making good progress versus being compliant?
that's always been my testimony. That's not my testimony, that's always been my statement. Teachers of Tomorrow compliance was the directive that the board gave me for the investigation. So that's what I used for the header. That's what I used in the report. A compliance question didn't actually come up. It was really what was the progress, because there were no compliance standards concerning Teachers of Tomorrow. So as far as I was concerned, that was just a use of words that were provided to me that I just carried over.
But aren't you aware of the fact that she has until June 30th of 2024 to complete everything in that program? Correct?
I am aware.
All right. So, and I provided documentation under tab number 2 for Teachers for Tomorrow that basically said the same thing. So you're here today to tell us that you don't believe that we provided you with any evidence that Mrs. Kelly was making progress when she didn't, for 2 years or 3 years, have a field supervisor.
Well, I had emails that specifically were from Lynn Fennell asking where the observations were. The observations are overdue. Where are the observations? I included these in the report. Let's see, there's one September 28th, there's one October 3rd, there's one on October 4th with Mrs. Kelly responding, sorry I'm late. There's an October 5th, please send soon. There's October 11th, please follow up. There's an October 19th, still following up. November 9th, still following up. Those were the emails that I had, and that didn't sound like efforts had been made to submit observations, and that I didn't receive any information from Mrs. Kelly.
We did. We submitted tonight, and Ms. Kelly emailed you the same documents where she submitted this information to Lynn
Yes,
Fennell.
and that was after October 19th. So there's still multiple emails, and I don't know why during the investigation she wouldn't say, I know my observations were overdue, and I really felt bad about that, but I've been really working on it. Instead, it's not acknowledging any overdue observations at all when I have all of these emails. So why wouldn't you just say, I know I'm a little late, I'm really working on it, and that would be fine. But instead, oh no, I'm making great progress, and I've submitted paperwork for observations. But have you completed an observation? I've submitted paperwork. So that's what I was dealing with during the interview.
I know it's getting late, and I know this is emotional, but we're hearing words back here that are making it hard for the witness to testify. We're getting gestures from the other side. And I would ask, Your Honor, that if this is occurring, that we look at clearing the room.
I'm in a rebuttal of a witness, and he's talking about what he's hearing. You should be paying attention to what the witness is saying, not what people are saying.
It's hard with the distraction. So maybe you can help, Joe. Maybe you can help make sure that these people don't try to distract.
If everybody would be quiet enough that everybody can hear, I think what we can all agree on is that we want a good, solid decision tonight. And if people can't hear what's going on, we're sure not to get a good decision, okay? So if you want to have conversations, go out in the hall. Okay. I've got a question
Yes.
from a couple of the board members that I'd like to pass along to you. How long does it take to do an observation?
For me? Are you talking an observation from Teachers of Tomorrow? So their observation, this is the first time I've ever got a field supervisor, was this year. And so I have to fill out the form, which is the form like you guys have that I did. You have to fill out the form, you have to submit that to them. Then you have to wait for them to give approval. And then you have to record it. So I have to set a date in the future of when I plan to do that lesson. And so like on that particular one, I forget the date, but you have it in front of you of whatever that date was that I was going to do that lesson. And so I submitted that, she approved it, and that was the date I was set to do that lesson. And then that so happened that before that, was October 21st when I had the meeting with Ms. Hagan, and then I had to switch over to the Accelerate. And so that was why she's referencing the emails that I said about switching over. So I couldn't just then do another recording. I had to prepare all my lesson plans, then I would have to fill out the paperwork again, submit one that I would be doing in the future. She would have to go through it, approve it, and then so you had to kind of give a lead time of a few weeks to allow that process to happen.
So a few weeks?
Yeah.
Is that responsive to the question? I don't remember who this was from. Okay. Why have the observations or classes not been completed?
The observations through Teachers of Tomorrow?
Yep.
And that? Well, the one I said, the switching of the curriculum, and that was the reason why.
Okay.
And then the other issue.
And how long would it take to actually complete?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, like as far as the first few years. So I was Michigan started the Teachers of Tomorrow program. It was a new program. I was one of the very first students, I guess you'd say, of the program. And I was never assigned a field officer or a field supervisor. And so you do your projects and you don't do your projects and you don't get any observations until you have a field supervisor. And then COVID hit. And so I was not assigned any field supervisor until this beginning of this school year. That was the first time I was assigned a field supervisor. And so this school year is the first that I have been assigned any field supervisor. So that's why when she asked me, when Ms. Banasic asked me, have you had any progress? I have progress. The courses she's talking about, those weren't the only courses that I had to take. I mean, there is a whole array of courses that I had to complete. There's only 9 remaining courses that she is talking about that I had left to complete. So when she asked me the progress, I was not dishonest. I have made a lot of progress because there's a lot of courses I had. These were the upper level. There were 9 courses remaining that I had left to complete, and I think then I had completed 1 or 2, and I was waiting for my field supervisor and to go through those. I still had till the June of 2024 to complete those. So when she asked me if I had the progress, I did have the progress. I mean, I completed a lot of progress. So when she's referencing that, you know, I've completed 0 or 2 of 9 projects or 1 of 9, she's just referencing a little part. She's not giving you the whole picture.
And how long would it take to complete all your observations?
Well, I don't know because this is all, the observations are new to me. I mean, I submit those to them, to my field supervisor, and then however long it takes for them to observe them, I've not had them observed yet. Because, like I said, this is the first year that I've done them. I imagine however long it takes them to do it, and then I could submit another one, but I don't know what, this is the first time I've done it. But I do know I have talked with Teachers of Tomorrow since then, you know, after all of this has come out in that. And my certificate goes till June of 2024. And it is not contingent upon, I mean, I can get my standard certificate once I complete the things that are spelled out in there. However, if June 2024 comes and my observations were not completed yet, they can still file for an extension for a temporary certificate. So it's not as if that's not done, and they recognize that because of the first 3 years I have not had a field supervisor. But to answer your question, it sounds like I can still get them done in a specific amount of time, but I don't know what that time frame is.
Is that responsive? Okay. We're good on this one?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have additional questions?
I do. So you made reference to several, several people have. Mrs. Hagan, Mr. Pratt, and now you, again, have made reference to the fact that you have received a number of allegations or complaints, emails, communication from parents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'll bring to the board's attention again, under communication, tab 3, and I'm referencing an email I sent you on November the 18th.
Yes, we
Right.
talked about that, yes.
Yeah,
earlier.
so we talked about that, and I want to bring this up again because I need everybody on the board to understand what I was asking for. So this email that I wrote to Mary Jo on November the 18th, and I list all the things that I needed and that Mrs. Kelly needed as it relates to the investigation and any parent complaints and allegations against Mrs. Kelly. It's in number 1. And I mean, throughout, there are 6, 7 bullet points that I reference here.
You know, this isn't relevant. I don't know if I can
This
say that.
is relevant.
It's-
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, this
Th-
is November 18th. That was
Yeah.
before, that has nothing to do with this investigation.
Yeah.
The board actually contacted
Yeah.
me to conduct the investigation on November 28th. On November 18th, I didn't have any letters.
Yep, so
I
you didn't have any
received
letters.
on November 28th, and it was for this investigation,
Yeah,
not
yeah,
the
so,
previous.
so I wrote this on November the 18th. Mrs. Kelly was placed on paid administrative leave on November the 15th, correct?
I don't know the date.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah.
November the 15th.
I'll accept your word for it, but I
What
would
do you
have to
mean?
look at the document.
Like you guys are putting on a case, you should know this information.
That's not part of the report. That's
What do you-
separate. I mean,
Anyway.
that's not.
Mrs. Kelly was placed on paid administrative leave on November the 15th, the day after the board meeting, which was November the 14th. Can we agree to that? Is that correct? Yes, it's correct. I proved it to you earlier. I showed you that earlier. I sent this.
Non-disciplinary paid administrative leave is a
No.
non-disciplinary
No.
paid administrative leave.
Call it what you want. The point is, I sent this email on November the 18th requesting all documents, all parent complaints. And we only received 3 parent complaints. But we've heard here tonight from this witness and 2 other witnesses that there were multiple, not just 3, multiple complaints regarding Mrs. Kelly. Phone calls, emails, all kinds of documents.
Which I received on November 28th.
Yeah.
So I did not have these to send to you on
No.
November 18th.
Again, my point I'm trying to make is we never received all of the complaints. So you're saying that this is a fair and impartial investigation and that nothing you've heard here tonight that we presented to you changes your mind. And we're telling you, and I'm telling you, that we asked for this information.
I believe you received the letters on January 19th. Is that not correct? I'm trying to remember the date, but I know that all the letters were sent to you. And ultimately you received...
Only 3
all-
letters, three parent complaints. But I heard here tonight on 3 separate occasions that there were multiple, more than 3. In fact, I heard a number 10 to 20, and we haven't received any of that. But yet you utilize that evidence to create this report.
So, what are you trying to ask about? Which allegation are we asking about right now? That you don't have proper documentation of?
I mean, the entire report is saying that you're basing it on parent complaints. And I'm saying that we didn't get the information. And the basis
Actually,
of...
we did send you the information. I just got to look
You
it up.
didn't send us all the information. If there are 10 to 20 complaints and you sent me 3 of them...
I don't remember 10 to 20 complaints in the report. Can you help me
Yeah.
see where that is?
All right, we'll just stop right there.
Yeah, there's definitely that one in there. I can.
The
you want me
the
to
information
hold on
was
so I can-
requested on November the 18th. She said that she didn't have the documents until November the 29th.
If you want to give Mary Jo a moment,
Yeah.
she'll look up when she forwarded them to you.
No, I mean, that's about right, November, or January 19th. So 3 months later, we received about 5 documents. Well, maybe 6. But not all of the complaints that they say that they've heard. And don't you find it interesting that a parent who came to the school board and made public comments about Mrs. Kelly was not interviewed?
You want to ask me about that? I can tell you why I didn't interview her.
No,
You don't want to know why? Okay.
no.
Have a board member from anyone?
Let's see.
Does the board want to know why?
Sure.
I didn't interview her because she's a relative of Mr. Pratt, and I thought there was a conflict of interest.
But you found it necessary to investigate or you interview a student who made a complaint about Mrs. Kelly, who also happens to be the nephew of Mr. Pratt. But you interviewed him, but you didn't interview the other students in the classroom.
I interviewed the other students who had written complaints about being targeted in the classroom. I reached out to all of the students who had written complaints about being targeted in the classroom, and one student was not permitted to participate by his father, so I interviewed the other 3 students.
Do you have any other questions for Dr. Banasek?
No. No.
Closing statements?
What's that?
Are we closing statements?
Do you want to make a closing statement, or do you want to let the board retire? It's up to you.
I like how you talk to me, Ray. I'm not your subordinate.
I'm not talking to you in a subordinate way.
That's what
I'm giving you the choice.
You're giving me the choice.
Yeah.
I think we both have a choice to make a statement. I would just simply say this. I'll go ahead and, Mrs. Kelly said a lot. We made our case in terms of what we believe has happened here. We feel and believe that the school district has failed to meet its burden of proof with regard to this court and these allegations. We contend very strongly that there are errors and inconsistencies, problems with this report and this investigation. There was certainly a rush to judgment to try to crucify Mrs. Kelly. This case is clearly a case of retaliation because of the allegations and formal complaints that Mrs. Kelly made. She made 2 formal complaints. She filed a grievance, 2 against Mr. Pratt, 1 against Mrs. Hagan. And all of these things led to the actions where they have ostracized, mistreated, ridiculed, belittled, and forced this beautiful, wonderful person to go through a living hell. If she had not done that, people would not have lied on her, continued to lie on her, tell half-truths about her character. If her husband wasn't, brave enough to come forward and say, hey, this is what's happening to my wife, I need to say something about it, we probably wouldn't be here. Let me just simply say this. You're probably going to hear from the other side that, as the board, Mrs. Kelly is a probationary teacher. And according to the Teacher Tenure Act, and the revised school code, that you have the right to terminate her employment without cause. But sometimes the fact that you have the right to do something is not necessarily the right thing to do. And so I submit to you that it would be wrong, would be a miscarriage of justice to terminate Mrs. Kelly. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I'll second that. Thank you very much for your time tonight. I don't care whether the individual's a probationary or a tenured teacher. I care about whether or not she committed unprofessional conduct during the fact-finding investigation. And the reality is that if you cannot rely on your witnesses to be honest with you and to be forthright with you during the investigatory process, they can't continue to improve, they can't continue to learn. I did not hear any acceptance of responsibility tonight. In fact, I heard a request from the board to apologize to Mrs. Kelly. That suggests to me that in all walks of her work, that she is not going to accept responsibility for future misbehavior or for future circumstances where we're not meeting standards. The reality is, and Mr. Washington said it, and I agree with it, that everyone makes mistakes. But you need a hallmark, you need a teacher here that when that teacher accepts or makes mistakes, they accept the responsibility for those mistakes, and they find a way to grow, to keep improving, so that they can be professional. Mrs. Kelly's behavior during the fact-finding investigation was unprofessional, and it's grounds for employment termination. From my perspective, it is important for the board to make sure that the issue is addressed. And I want to address one final thing, because Mr. Washington has brought the credibility of our law firm into play. We work for the board. We don't work for administration. We work for boards. We work for 450 school districts across the state. And we call balls and strikes. And if there were a witch hunt here, we would identify the witch hunt and we would call that out. That's not what's going on here. What's going on here is someone that's not accepting responsibility for their misbehavior. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right. So that's the close of the hearing portion of tonight. Now we will move into deliberation. So we're looking for a motion.
We need a motion to enter into a closed session to consider an attorney-client letter exempt from disclosure under Section 81H of the OMA. That was after.
You need a motion for that? To
Yes.
go into closed session?
Yes.
Roll call.
Roll call.
I will make a motion to enter closed session to consider an attorney-client letter exempt from disclosure under Section 81H of the OMA.
Second.
And then I need a roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
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 Yes. All right, if everybody could, we want to have a quiet, I appreciate to have quiet. I want to make sure that everybody can hear, right? And if you'll maintain quiet, if you would like to not be quiet, then you can go out into the hallway, but that would be great. So we're back into open session. Do I have a motion?
So moved to be in open session.
Yeah, we're already in open.
Are we? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but- Motion on a resolution.
You want the resolution read?
No, just we just need the motion to start it off.
Okay, I move that we present the resolution.
All right, and that'll be a motion to,
A motion to terminate.
okay. So I've got a resolution here. Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay. So I've got a resolution before me that I can read here. A special meeting of the Board of Education of Onekama Consolidated Schools was held in the Media Center at 5016 Main Street within the boundaries of the district on the 20th of February 2023 at 5 o'clock. The meeting was was called to order by Lori Gildersleeve, President. Members who are present, we'll fill that in, absent. The following preamble and resolution are offered by member,
Gary.
Madam.
Gary
Madam, and supported by member
Tom.
Berard. So whereas, in the matter of the employment status of Mrs. Kelly Kelly, a probationary teacher employed in the district, was brought before the Board of Education in conjunction with an administrative recommendation that the probationary teacher's contract and her employment with the district be terminated based on unprofessional conduct, including insubordination pursuant to the fact-finding report issued by Dr. Mary Jo Banasic of Troon Law. And 2, probationary teacher Mrs. Kelly Kelly has been notified by administration of this district of the pending action pertaining to her employment status. And 3, the Board of Education has reviewed an administrative recommendation that the probationary teacher Mrs. Kelly Kelly's employment with the district be terminated based on multiple findings in Dr. Banasic's fact-finding report. And 4, the Board of Education has determined that the reasoning and conclusions of the administrative recommendation support the recommendation that probationary teacher Mrs. Kelly Kelly be discharged. Now, therefore, be it resolved that 1, this Board of Education determines that the conclusions and supporting rationale set forth against probationary teacher Mrs. Kelly Kelly in the administrative recommendation received and reviewed by the board substantiate sufficient reason for termination of her employment as a probationary teacher for the district. 2, this Board of Education further determines that the services of probationary teacher Mrs. Kelly Kelly are to be discontinued and her employment contract with the district is terminated as of February 21st, 2023, pursuant to Article 2, Section 3 of the Michigan Teachers Tenure Act, MCL 38.83, subsection 2. 3, the superintendent or designee is thereby authorized and directed to notify the probationary teacher, Mrs. Kelly Kelly, in writing that their services as a probationary teacher for the district have been terminated, effective at the conclusion of the February 21st, 2023. The superintendent or designee shall forward a copy of the Teachers Tenure Act to Mrs. Kelly Kelly. 4, the superintendent or designee is hereby authorized and directed to take all other measures necessary and proper for implementation of this resolution of the Board of Education. 5, all resolutions and parts of resolutions insofar as they conflict with provisions of this resolution may resolution B and the same are hereby rescinded. So you want a roll call vote?
Yes. There's a roll call vote.
Nay.
Yes.
Yes.
Nay.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, then we have to declare the
Yeah,
result.
motion declared adopted.
That concludes our hearing. So we're ready for the next item.
Yeah. So at this point, it's public comment.
Chief guidelines, okay?
Yeah, maybe you put them on here, Kim, the guidelines. I need to state your name and your address, please, and limit your, what's that?
Darren.
Okay, and then comments are limited to 3 minutes, please, just to respect everyone's time.
Is there a place where people come up?
I'm Ryan Petrosky. My address is 12038 Millard Road. I just like to say this is completely embarrassing for not only this school, but for all members of the administration and the school board for firing a teacher over nothing but rumors and lies. This entire argument was based off of nothing but these rumors from students who are completely in the minority. What I saw during that recess was every single student at this meeting going up and hugging Miss Kelly and showing her the love and respect that she has earned as our teacher over these years. And I think it is completely disappointing, but not unusual for this school.
Amen.
I'm Aubrey Johnson. My address is 12291 Maple Street, Fair Lake. I had a whole thing, a whole freaking note thing wrote out about how much Miss Kelly has done for not only me, but this entire school as a whole. But I'm sure she knows that. And I mean, obviously, you guys don't really care that much. I just hope you guys know what you just did. Thank you.
I've had Miss Kelly since I was in 7th grade, and even when I was very moody and didn't want to accept the love and care she gave us, she still gave that every day, and she's become someone that's just such a huge help going through everything you go through in school, and I never got anything but care and love and support from her, and I have not felt that from a lot of the staff of the school, and it's really changed my experience.
Gretchen Tabashka, 8600 Bayview Road. I want to know how you're going to get teachers to come work here. I want to know how you're going to heal the school. How are we going to come back together? I mean, this is, it's so hard to watch this community be torn apart and all the supporters that have come out. And I love this school. I'm an alumni. My kids love this school. They did. I'm really saddened by the events, and I'm really, really sad that this happened.
I'm Carmen Morgan. My address is 7235 Morgan Road, and I think it's really crazy that we can terminate Ms. Kelly from teaching here when every single staff member here has done way worse, and Mr. Pratt being a huge part of it. I mean, I cannot think of a more unprofessional person for the principal position, and I think all of us have tried really hard as students to appreciate Mr. Pratt, but it's been very hard when it feels like he just does not take his job seriously. Every single day in school, he's rolling his eyes at students and calling students out and targeting them. Naomi, Miss K, who was brought up earlier, has laughed at rape jokes made to her students, and when that was brought to the school's attention, nothing was done. And we're getting rid of a perfectly great teacher because of some popular kids that are related to the principal said something. I think it's extremely unfair. that we're just letting this cycle continue. Miss Kelly is an amazing teacher. She's always been there for her students, and I just think that it's so ridiculous that we're firing her over rumors when Miss K, Naomi, has made racist jokes repetitively in her classroom and just let it happen and laughs at them. But we won't get mad at that, but we will get mad at this and fire a perfectly good teacher.
I'm Carly Bennett on 8377 Newcrest Boulevard. Something that came to me is that Ms. Kelly's the teacher that I can go to when I need to. And she'll hear me.
The door's
So I know she can help me both in the classroom and outside. I can go to her no matter what. I'm serious. This hurts.
Alec Tabachka, 8600 Bayview Road. We've got people laughing at our students crying over here, sitting right in front of me. It's a disgrace. A disgrace that they're sitting in our school right now. And I'm very sorry that I'm singling these people out, but this isn't who we are. Miss Kelly's not this person. Miss Kelly was there for me when I talked about my deepest and darkest times in her class because I felt comfortable. I felt comfortable in her arms as she hugged me while I cried, alone. And nobody else was there to hug me.
Because no one else cares.
Yeah.
She was one of the few good teachers related to Pratt.
So let me tell you, when we say that this bullying will not be tolerated, I mean that it will not be forgotten, Mr. Pratt. Or should I say Seth Pratt?
I'm Sarah Johnson, 12291 Maple Street. Just want you guys to know we're going to be doing this a lot. Because I'm not going to stop because there's teachers out there that did way worse than Mrs. Kelly. Way worse. And my kids have gone through pure hell with those other teachers. So we're going to be in here doing this again. We will. I promise you. Because I'm not going to give up. As long as my kids are going to this school, I'm not going to give up. All these teachers are going to go to bed tonight scared that their jobs are on jeopardy because of this. Because when it starts with her, it's going to continue on. Every single teacher. And if Mr. Pratt or whoever is in charge can get all these teachers in here to fill all these spaces, more power to them. Good luck. Good luck.
Jaden, 1206 25th Street, Manistee, Michigan. Now, I didn't even go to Kelly's school, Onekama or whatever. And she's always been there for me throughout high school, when I was going to school in Grand Rapids and at Manistee. Helped me with my homework, being one of my biggest role models. So that way, I know she's a great teacher. She's always motivated me with photography and everything I do. Whoever wants to fire her, you guys should be sorry. Mr. Pratt, or whatever your name is, you should be too. Respect to everyone here for Kelly. I'm glad you guys know how she actually is. The good people. You guys should be sorry.
Jane Johnson, address 12291 Maple Street, Bear Lake. I just want to tell you guys that y'all don't know what you started. I guarantee there's teachers in our school that has done way worse than Miss Kelly. I mean, I'm pretty sure all of us have took Miss Warman's class. I'm pretty sure all of y'all have something to say about her. But I'm just going to say that there's some teachers in this school that have literally made kids want to commit suicide. I'm not even joking you. Miss Kelly, she's done nothing compared to some of the teachers in this school.
Y'all do nothing about it.
Thank you.
Nothing.
I'm Julie Hart, and my address is 12066 Sunderland Road, Bear Lake. I just want to say that Miss Kelly has been one of my teachers since the 6th grade, and she has always been there
you guys to know what you guys just did. So.
Now, you don't gotta raise your hand or nothing, but whoever said yes to firing her, let me ask you one thing. What does this tell you? All these students crying. What does that
Students
tell
don't
you?
get a decision to any of it.
What's that tell you guys?
Tells
You
us
want
we
to take the
love Miss
principal
Kelly.
side and see the principal.
I'm during Wolverton 8127 Triple Highway, and I just want to say that I've cried and laughed with Miss Kelly since 7th grade. That was only like a year ago, but I am now homeschooled because of this reason now. It really does break my heart because like Miss Kelly's like, she's like a second mom to me, and I just think that's really sad because like, so.
Jaden, 12291 Maple Street, Bear Lake. You guys, you said that you interviewed, 2 students? Look how many students you probably interviewed. 2 students' opinion on just finding a teacher and being come on. Look at all these guys that came out in support of Miss Kelly.
Stayed till 1 a.m. in the halls.
Stayed 8 hours to support her. For 8 hours. There's kids crying because you guys just terminated her.
I don't want to go to this school anymore. I don't
know. There's some of you guys that are just sitting with straight faces and not even caring.
They know they're in the wrong. That's the principal or whatever.
Thank you.
What he said.
I'm going to get on.
Jerry Brown, 7248 Memorial Drive, Onekama. I lived in Onekama with my wife Bonnie, and we raised 3 children, all of which attended OCS. Bonnie taught and coached in Onekama for 26 years. I taught and coached in Manistee Public Schools for 36 years. I coached in Manistee for 14 years and then coached in Onekama for 20 years to be more involved in the lives of my own children. I also graduated from Onekama. I've known the Kellys for 15 years. Both their son Jesse and daughter Lindsay were students in my 8th grade U.S. history class. The Kellys have raised wonderful children. They were kind and respectful, incredibly polite. Lindsay was a member of the last team I ever coached. Sean and Kelly were very supportive, involved parents. As a coach, they backed me up in all situations. I did not coach their son, Jesse, but I had friends who did. Jesse was a tremendous football player and was a role player in basketball, but all the coaches raved about his superior human qualities. Jesse was the type of young man that you'd want your daughter to marry. My daughter Jaylee did just that. We are surprised and upset that the leadership of Onekama Schools has fired Kelly Kelly. A lack of proper leadership here at OCS allowed the relationship between Kelly Kelly and Seth Pratt to fester and become seemingly irreconcilable. This past fall, Kelly Kelly's husband sent notice to OCS that his wife was being harassed by Seth Pratt. She had been complaining about such things since the previous school year. To that point, not one negative evaluation, email, or text had been filed against Kelly Kelly. Only after Sean Kelly's notice did the smear campaign against Kelly Kelly begin. Note the dates of the reports, the texts, the emails. Impartial investigation? No, when push came to shove, our previous superintendent backed herself into a corner faced with supporting an overzealous, misguided principal or an untenured probationary teacher, she picked the low-hanging fruit. Kelly then became the target, taking the focus off the entire problem. Numerous times, and by different methods, Kelly was told to resign or else be fired. Each time she stood her ground, defending her character and good name. Once it became clear that she would not crack or buckle under pressure and emphatically refused to resign, guess who did? The superintendent did. Her resignation spoke volumes. Was the board listening? I've been a board member at OCS twice in the past several years. I can relate to the situation you are all in. At every turn, you are instructed to act like lemmings, like cattle going down a chute. Taking every bit of information served up to you by the administration and taking it as though, expected to take it as though it's gospel. Ask yourself, did I work my connections in this community? Did I work to independently seek the truth? Or at least discover the other side of the story? If not, then you could have at least postponed the decision. You could have done that tonight. You must have known that. You as a board can do that. It's in your bylaws. Bylaws 0166. Quote, the order of business may be altered and items added at any meeting by a majority vote of the members present. You had that power available to you tonight. In case there were any of you who felt you didn't work enough independently to find out all sides of the story. There is now a power vacuum at OCS. You are working under an interim to an interim. You are going into a search for a permanent superintendent. At this point, you, as the OCS board, it was your time to step up and fill the vacuum. I hope from here on out that we can behave as we would instruct our students to behave. Be the leaders. Or at least find a leader in your search for a new superintendent that is capable of bringing out the best in all of us. I can only speak for myself. I am capable of loving and supporting anyone mentioned in this documentation. Thank you.
I'm Kelly's mom. I am so proud of her. You guys are the losers. Not her.
Hell yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just sorry for all of you who lost a great teacher, a great person. And I know I'm wrong, but I know I'm right. God's just going to open new doors for her. And it's going to get back and do justice. He thinks it's wrong. He said it. Kelly, I love you. Thank you.
Greg Bennett, 8377 Lee Crest Boulevard. I've been a public school teacher for 27 years, not in this district. I currently am coaching JV girls basketball in this district with my wife, who's been a teacher here for 25 years. When I came here tonight, I was pretty upset, and most of my frustration was a November 14th board meeting, right? And sadly, I got more pissed off as this night went. I'm sorry, but it's hard for me to hear an independent, unbiased talk about a woman who, to talk about Kelly and say, not a role model. We missed the boat on this investigation. She said it earlier, and I want to restate what she said. I had a great opportunity also to teach both of her children. And they are windows to their parents. They are amazing individuals. And Mom, you should be proud too. Right? Because the part of this is, why do Teachers for Tomorrow, why does it exist? Teaching and learning is challenging. It's hard stuff. It's rewarding. It's fun. We can't push good teachers away. So the biggest problem I have is, I've been in schools long enough to know this. When there's a district-wide memo about backpacks in September, and we do it again in October, and it's still an issue in November, I'm betting you it's still an issue today. We have issues with consistency and holding people accountable. Are you kidding me? Backpacks, pizza, Snapchat, and we're losing a job? I've been at this long enough. That's not when you lose a job. And how can we have a board meeting? If these things are happening, where's a write-up? Where's a support plan? What are we doing? Instead, it's a board meeting where select staff members, I think they left, all right? Selected staff members come to a board meeting to support their administration. This is the wrong way to do things. And hey, listen, education goes on all day long. These kids learned something today. Not all lessons are fun. And we've got to do better. But I do want to, in the end, I just want to say one last thing. We need to be careful. Right? We cannot allow this school to get consumed with who's next. Right? I worry for the profession of teaching and the direction that a district can go. Right now, we're in a low. Okay? We're in a low. But just be careful. Be careful. Right?
My name is Kylie Brown, 295 7th Street, Manistee. I can't speak for Kelly as a teacher, but I can speak for her as a coach. About 17 years ago, she coached me in a sport, and I had a really close friend at the time who had a very rough upbringing, and Kelly showed all of the girls equitable support, compassion, love. She was a fantastic person, and I just think this is BS. That's all.
Again, figured why not take it to what I am, since we've been here all night. I think there was something, I noticed something in when everybody started to speak, is that there was not one negative thing said about Miss Kelly at all. So, where are the people who complained? Because
yeah, where they at?
they're pretty quiet.
I don't hear them anymore.
The only thing they said is being rude.
Where's the Snapchat group at?
Where's
that group chat at?
Tucker?
If you guys want to say something, please feel free to stand, okay? So that everybody gets to hear. Okay?
We could all stand like that one.
Right, but I'm trying to make sure that everybody has a chance. Okay.
Okay, I'm not talking quiet.
Unrelated, I wasn't giving those little murmurings right there, but I would like to say that this school has a very large issue with retaliation. Not against any of the teachers, but against the students, because I will tell you that all the teachers gossip. Everybody's guilty. I mean, to be honest, some are far worse than others, though. You wonder how that information spread about credentials in the school. I can tell you it's sitting in the front row right now. Information about students, same row. My information, same row. My friend's information, same row. I would say back row, but they got tired, just like I am, but I'm still here fighting for Miss Kelly because she has my respect. Other people don't. Thank you.
My name is James Pratt. I live at 41 East Piney Road in Manistee, and I'm going to speak on behalf of my brother. So what I'm going to say is, I've been in a position before where you have to terminate people, and it's never an easy choice. So I don't take the decision that the board made lightly tonight, and I understand that it was a hard decision and not one that you take lightly. I sat through this whole process watching, for lack of better terms, probably a lot of disrespect from some people to members of the board, to independent investigators, to the mediator, which just doesn't fit well when you're trying to say that you want to be a great role model and people in the crowd saying that they want to be a great influence to create better people. Now, there's a lot of students that sat here today and said that there's a lot of other issues at the school with teachers. So I'm going to be the first one to say that as a board, you really can't tie administration's hands. It sounds like there's a lot of teachers that should be held accountable and to high standards, and there's issues here. I watched Mr. Bennett get up and talk about accountability and how he's been an educator for 27 years and 20-some years, his coach. And I've had him as a teacher in school. Nice guy. Never had an issue with me. I'm out at a local establishment one night. A group of former students asked to take a photo with me. He tells me I should flip the camera off. And when I asked him why, because my brother's the principal here, he laughed. That was the point. So as a teacher who's been here for teaching for 20-some years, as a coach, that's not a great message to send.
Aren't you the ones drunk with students?
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
So, point being, you will not find somebody who's more dedicated to students than my brother. He is here all the time for any sporting event, any dance, any event, anything that you need. This is what he does. No complaints. He's put in a lot of hard work, a lot of effort. In my opinion, you can't find somebody to be a better role model for students.
Let's be respectful. We're being respectful, okay? So, if
You
someone
guys
has something...
weren't being respectful to Miss Kelly at all.
Excuse me, okay? I'm asking you that when we have someone speaking, we're respectful, we're not laughing at them, making comments, so that everyone gets their chance. That's what I'm asking for, okay? Go ahead, sir.
So, continuing on from what he said about the disrespect given, I just like to say that in my books, respect isn't given, it's earned.
My name's Tanya Wolverton. I live at 8127 Chippewa Highway. My students, all three of which have been in this school for 7 years, we pulled them all this year for multiple reasons. But I really just want to first address Miss Kelly. You were a phenomenal role model to my daughter and a coach. Thank you. There are lots of great staff here. I want to just address the board lastly. You have a tough job. It's a tough time in education. I was also an elementary teacher for a number of years in Grand Rapids. This is a changing world. This school has been crumbling from the moment the first year we arrived here 7 years ago, you were number one. We sought you out because of the educational value, the scoring, the wonderful staff. Every year, things have been taking a backward step. So my challenge to you, as board members, as staff, as community members, something has to change. we are not headed in the right direction, and a change is needed. I implore you. I no longer trust you with my children, and I will not, but I still pray for you. I still pray for the staff here. I still pray for the administration. You have a big job. Let's do better. Let's start making decisions that are for the best of kids, not the best for our administration, for our testing, for our looks, for our scores, or for personal vendettas.
Danny Brown, 295 7th Street, Manistee. I just want to say I'm really very sorry for the school. As a little background, son of Jerry Brown, Bonnie Brown, brother-in-law to Jessica Kelly, so yeah, I'm family. Take that as you will. I'm a little biased. Growing up, all I wanted to do was teach. There's kids here today. I don't think they remember me, but I came out of student teaching in New Zealand and I saw incredible things. And to come back and be a parapro here scared the hell out of me. There's a reason I never applied to teach here. I mean, some of you probably know me, maybe you were curious. I didn't want to teach here. I hope one day that changes. I'm out of teaching completely now. But I would love for you to give me a reason to come back. And that's on you guys. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that we talked about the threat that Miss Kelly opposes to the students here. But I think we should focus more on the fact that Mr. Pratt was sexually harassing her. And that just makes me feel unsafe here at this school.
Yeah, he wants to come to school.
Yeah, well,
You're going to get sexually
All right,
harassed.
excuse me, I asked to be, let's let her finish, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
But I think we should just focus on the threat that is actually like affecting the students here. Like, this is a K through 12 school. Like, there's all grades here, and I think that it is very immature and just very dangerous to have someone like him in our school.
Our last to be Mr. Brown, you had something, you were next, right? You wanted to say something or not?
Bonnie Brown, 248 Rogers Memorial Drive. I'm a retired teacher from this school. Recently, I'm embarrassed. I'm sad at the way the school is going downhill. The treatment of Mrs. Kelly from some of her colleagues, her administrators, is just unbelievable. That our administration would even let that happen. I've never witnessed a teacher being put on administrative leave because of a couple of parents coming to a board meeting and complaining. What happened to the chain of command in this building? If you've got a problem with a teacher, you go to the teacher. If you don't get your results there, you go to the principal. If you don't get results there, you go to the superintendent and then the school board. That didn't happen here. We have a teacher that is being fired or terminated and has never been written up for any of these accusations against her. That is absurd. That is absurd. And shame on you for letting this happen. Shame on you. During recent board meetings that I've been to, I've heard Mrs. Gildersleeve and Mr. Pratt, oh, we're going to do what's best for kids. Is your idea of what's best for kids to not have a math teacher in their school for 4 months? And taking a teacher from one class and putting them in the math class, and this class is left without a teacher? This is absurd. I can't believe that you would even let this happen. Maybe you didn't know this was going on. We have some students here, I'm sorry that they didn't speak up, but just today in class, whatever class Mr. Pratt was teaching, there were snacks, there was a thing of guacamole, somebody said, and backpacks in the classroom. But I think they're afraid to stand up because they're afraid of getting retaliated against, like Mrs. Kelly did. These kids are afraid. I'm glad, I am so proud of you for standing up. That was big of you, and good job. And hopefully nothing comes of it. I just hope that you can start turning this school around. Because this is really, really, really sad.
Next board meeting is March 13th at 7 p.m.
I'll move to adjourn.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passed. Meeting adjourned.